I declare open this public hearing of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee inquiry into the illegal tobacco crisis in Australia. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. These are public proceedings being broadcast live in Parliament House and via the web. For people participating remotely, I am the Chair of the committee, Senator Leah Blythe, and joining me today in the room is Senator Colbeck, and online is Deputy Chair Senator Stewart and Senator Steele-John. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in confidence, described as being in camera. If you are a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of the Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphone to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or turned to silent mode. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Border Force and the Office of Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner. Thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. Before we begin the session, I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give an opinion on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, can I get you each to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? We'll start.
Alex O'Rourke. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarettes, Strategy, Governance and Reporting.
Thank you. Amber Shahita, Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner.
Good morning, Tony Smith, Australian Border Force, Assistant Commissioner, Compliance and Enforcement.
And Justin Douglas, Chief Economist from the Department of Home Affairs.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Now, do you have an opening statement that you would like? Yes? Please commence when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. I want to be clear about the challenge of illicit tobacco and e-cigarette trade. A global surplus of cheap supply of a highly addictive commodity has been weaponised by criminal syndicates. Illicit trade now dominates the Australian market. The impacts are tangible and damaging. Illicit trade is not unique to Australia. Profit-dense illicit markets exist globally, and smuggling occurs across most borders. That's why a problem of this scale demands a nationally coordinated response, and that's what I'm here to do. My role is to centralise strategic advice, administer governance that is cross-portfolio and cross-jurisdictional, strengthen laws, and integrate data and intelligence to tackle the issue. Faced with an urgent threat, there could be temptation to respond to the loudest voices. I want to assure this committee that I do hear voices from right across the debate, whether they are voices of those who lobby through the media, those who have shared their views with this inquiry, or those in the community who have shared their concerns with me. But I also want this committee to know that I believe enduring solutions will only be built from broad and iterative engagement across a wide range of contemporary expert views. We don't just want to shoot from the hip. That's not how you tackle complex public policy. From my extensive engagement, I can safely say there is no shortage of opinions on what should be done. Different stakeholders draw different policy conclusions from the same evidence. Within the same discipline, experts don't always point in the same direction. Not all information about the issue is possessed by any one advocate or group, and many proposed solutions come from looking at the problem through a siloed lens. When I hear solutions proposing that the illicit trade can be stopped simply by lowering price of legal products, I realise those arguments can be indifferent to holding smoking consumption rates in balance. They can assume causation always prescribes the solution. They don't account for the fact that illicit trade globally doesn't neatly correlate with varying excise settings, where some countries with the cheapest cigarettes have sizable illicit markets, and underestimate criminal behaviour. Illicit prices can also be reduced to remain competitive, and it's far from inconceivable that it could cause a resurgence in violence as they seek to preserve and protect their revenue. Plus, arguments to stop illicit trade by making vapes more accessible fall short from recognising that vaping rates are also important to control. The community at large, especially parents and teachers, don't want Australia's stance to reverse on such dangerous products. We need to disrupt the illicit trade based on strategies that don't neglect potential complexities and trade-offs elsewhere, or compromise settings that keep around 90% of Australians out of the market. I'm in a role that is privy to data and intelligence broader than an individual experience and perception, a role that can take a helicopter view amongst a range of interests. I would emphasise that the presence of a large illicit market should not be read as evidence that any single agency or policy has failed in isolation. The problem is multidimensional. We need to tackle this with a systems approach. From the outset, my office has brought together health, policing, border, criminal intelligence, tax and licensing agencies to identify where intervention will be most effective. We're talking to industry. We're commissioning research. We've mapped the illicit supply chain and different opportunities to intervene. To disrupt criminal networks, reduce harm and protect communities, we need to focus our attention on 4 essential areas: strengthening consequences, multi-agency capability, unified data and demand reduction. My role offers me exceptional visibility on the extraordinary commitment to action towards those priorities shown by agencies across all sectors. Under my leadership and with the cooperation of our partners, there can be no question that we have greater national consistency, markedly improved information sharing, and a much higher level of joint operational activity in the last 9 months. We are seeing tangible results from arrests and assets confiscation to legislative reform, store closures, financial disruption, international cooperation and increased engagement with quit supports. But we need to do more. In closing, I'm not coming here with unsubstantiated opinions, vested commercial interests or a discipline-specific lens. The safety of the community and protection of legitimate businesses and their staff is my priority. I'm focused on solutions that balance a range of health and community safety outcomes in everything we do, and there is no single lever that will fix this problem. It is complex, interconnected and constantly changing. I'm pleased to assist the committee and welcome your questions as we have a shared goal to drive effective and sustainable response to this critical problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Smith, did you have an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Excellent. We might jump straight into questions and I'll give the call to Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. You say that, and I agree, I have to say that it's a multidisciplinary approach that's required, but in a comparative sense, with Australia's illicit market now somewhere in excess of 60% of those smoking, how does that compare to other markets internationally? Is there anyone anywhere near what we're doing or what we're suffering?
Yeah, I've looked at a number of countries around the world. There's different illicit market sizes, and illicit market size can be estimated on the market share, but also on the market volume. So, for example, Ecuador has an excise rate of 16 cents per cigarette, whereas Australia's is over $1, and their illicit market is 83.6%. We have France, whose excise rate takes up 42 cents for each cigarette, and their illicit trade is 37.6%. Now that's 4.8 size the volume of illicit trade in Australia.
France is
37.6%.
So I just want to go to that next stat that you just gave us.
So we have looked at
4.something
4.8 size in volume of the Australian market.
But how does that compare with their overall market, though? I mean, you'd have to be careful making those. We've got a very small market in Australia. We've done a great job in reducing smoking rates, and so comparing them in that sense, you'd have to be pretty careful with respect to that. I mean, it's a matter how you cut the numbers, I know.
Yeah, and so that's why it's important to look at both market share and market volume, as we do in Australia.
Okay. So what's the global average?
I don't have a global average in front of me. We haven't crunched those numbers, but we can do that for you. Okay,
thank you. My advice is it's somewhere about 14, but still. The growth in the market has exploded over the last 2.5, 3 years, and you've seen a significant increase in the number of seizures. Have you done a comparison in those two numbers? I mean, my Border Force, the government talk about the increase in seizures, and I think that's a good thing. I think they've something like trebled the number of seizures that you've made. But if the market's grown by 6 or 7 or 8 times, we're effectively going backwards, aren't we?
I don't think the numbers show us that we're going backwards. We do look at, on a national level every year, the amount of seizures, whether it be Border Force or onshore with our state and territory police. So in my report to the Australian Parliament on an annual basis, we do report on those figures. So you'll see the volume of seizures, but you'll also see the volume of the illicit market.
Well, if you're going to say proportionality is important in terms of what's happening internationally, it must be important locally. And if the market's growing at twice the rate of the seizures, we are in reality going backwards. I mean, the market's growing at an exponential rate. Seizures are growing well, and I'm not criticising that. I think that's a good thing. But we are actually going backwards in terms of the proportion of the market, because the market's growing at a rate greater than the rate of the seizures. Isn't that right?
I think I'll refer to my previous answer. I don't think the numbers, the evidence in front of me suggests that anything is going backwards. There is more to do, as I've said. This is a complex, multidimensional problem. I agree that the seizures at the border are a credit to the Border Force. We need to look at this not just at the border. We need to look at this in terms of limiting the money laundering opportunities, limiting the retail storefronts opportunities, detecting things overseas. So we have to look at it in parallel across multiple points of the supply chain.
I won't argue with you there, because there are a multitude of different supply paths. I asked Australia Post about their role in this market at estimates, and their response to me basically looked only at inbound international sales, and indicated that the responsibility there was with Border Force, which is I won't dispute. having been in some of Australia Post's inbound international sites before, you do work very closely together. But what about the distribution network within Australia through Australia Post? What's happening in that space, Commissioner?
I think Tony might have a good answer for that.
No, Senator, it's a valid point with what the Commissioner was explaining before, is that we have to look at this through multiple angles. So obviously the Australian Border Force working at the border, the domestic partnership that we're establishing through the National Disruption Group, which the ABF announced in October last year, brings together a number of different state, territory and Commonwealth partners to be able to combat at the domestic front as well. The key step in that is working alongside industry such as Australia Post, for example, and we have really good examples of how we do work in close partnership with Australia Post to target specific locations, and domestically trying to target and disrupt the illicit tobacco trade moving through those networks at the same time. So I would suggest that the National Disruption Group, we've just gone through 2 weeks of action operationally over March and April. As we start to extend that and work closer with industry, we'll have even more opportunities to be able to stem the flow domestically.
So when I asked Australia Post about that, they said that they'd have to put in significant infrastructure to be able to examine what was being transmitted through the post, and they'd not had any conversations with government about installing that infrastructure. They were talking something in the order of $36 million for the infrastructure and $11 million a year to operate it. But given Australia Post is probably the biggest courier of illicit tobacco in the country outside of bulk shipments, surely disrupting that mode of operation. I mean, you can go to any illicit tobacco website and they'll give you an Australia Post tracking number. I mean, surely there's more that we can do in that space to disrupt this trade, because it's part of the normalised way the trade is working.
Yeah, Senator, it's the points raised in terms of that domestic enforcement are correct. The costings and the prices that you were talking about are certainly a question for Australia Post. I mean, as you recognised before, the Australian Border Force is focused on the Australian border, so we're not able to comment in terms of how Australia Post needs to invest to be able to target and disrupt domestically. But I think that we've got strong partnerships abound in terms of how we link together to understand how best to be able to disrupt. The Australian Border Force just wouldn't be able to comment post-border in terms of how Australia Post goes about doing that.
Commissioner, what are you hearing in that space? So I talked to post office agencies around the country in a whole heap of different communities, and I won't name them because I don't want them to be targeted. But I'm aware of a pharmacist who has an Australia Post agency, and of course they have a whole new customer base that they don't want, which is people coming to pick up their smokes. I'm aware of another small supermarket in a small town. Their customers are going down the road to the post office rather than coming to them now for their smokes. Another one, a supermarket who has a post office agency within their business. They see directly where people are going within their business. And it seems as though there is absolutely no action with respect to managing the operations through Australia Post. Australia Post acknowledge that it's happening, but there's been no moves to provide them with any powers in conjunction with law enforcement agencies, and there doesn't seem to have been any action with respect to detection. It's part of the normalised parcel trade that's going at the moment. As I said, you can get an Australia Post tracking number at any of these websites. In fact, I've just Googled one up now. What's happening in that space?
When I walked through the International Mails Room in Brisbane with the Australian Border Force, I could see the partnership between Border Force and Australia Post. There was a big mail room with lots of things that had been detected by the Australian Border Force. I think what Commissioner Smith was talking about in terms of partnership with Australia Post.
Can I just stop you there? I understand what's happening at the border. I too have been into international mail centres where it comes across the border, and Commissioner Smith has indicated that that's a role that they have, and I see what they do there. I'm talking about internally. I'm talking about within Australia. I talk to post office operators who say, it's coming from this side, this location in Brisbane. We all know what's in it. We're not allowed to open it, but we understand what's inside. But I've not seen any effect. I've asked questions of Australia Post. They acknowledge that it's happening. This is an internal internal to Australia issue. It's not at the border. I understand what is happening there. There's a whole heap of kit that's there that Australia Post works in conjunction with Border Force. Good thing. But this is the internals. And you know, I've spoken to so many people, so many operators of a small post office. They know what's coming through. They see the trade. But I have not seen anything in terms of law enforcement or regulatory oversight with respect to managing things through Australia Post. Do you have any information at all on that?
I suggest if any part of the industry is aware of trade happening through their use, that they inform that to the National Disruption Group, inform that to Crime Stoppers.
So have you had any conversations with Australia Post?
I haven't had conversations with Australia Post.
They have acknowledged in this very room that they've got a problem. They know it's there. They can't. But and Australia has not. Post has not conducted any conversations with the Australian government to fund provision of equipment to detect tobacco, as border agencies have the legislated obligation to screen and examine international inbound mail, and I accept that that's the case. But I'm talking about what's happening in Australia, and there is a huge trade happening in Australia.
I'm happy to have more of those conversations. What I can say is that we are alive to the fact that online sales is the root of this, and we are looking at how we can effectively manage website disruption so that the trade, is not. It's broader than just looking at Australia Post processes, but that's definitely part of what we need to also consider in our response.
I might share the call.
Okay, fine. I've got plenty more.
I can come back to you. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you for your evidence so far today. Could I take you back to the statistics that you were reading to Senator Colbeck around the rates of excise in other nations and the size of the illicit tobacco trades in those nations and its proportion to the overall tobacco market? Would you be able to? I caught some of France's information, but it sounded like it would be useful contextual info for this committee's deliberation. So would you mind going back through that list for us?
Yeah, I think the main point of that analysis is that I can't see a logical correlation between the size of excise rates in different countries with the size of the illicit market. So you have some of the countries with the cheapest tobacco in the world with sizable illicit markets. We have engaged the UN Office of Drug Control to do the regional threat assessment to help us understand different country settings, where the tobacco might be smuggled through, and if there are linkages with the settings of those countries. So whilst it seems simple that cutting the excise rate would directly cut the illicit market, when I look at these comparisons, it just is, I can't draw a logical conclusion from that. And that's my point with that evidence.
Yes, absolutely. And from the evidence that I've seen, I'm struggling with that same logical, with the absence of that correlation there. Would you just be able to take us through the figures? You were reading, I think, France to Senator Colbeck, I think.
Yes, I have a very long list. We could take up a lot of time going through the list, or would you like me to provide that to you at a session?
You could provide it to it circulate it to the committee, or provide it to you to us at a session would be great. But if you could give us the kind of top 3 that stand out to you.
Okay.
Is it possible to table it? Sorry, is it possible for you to table it now?
I'll have a look at if this is a version I can table. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So yeah, if you could just give us the top 3, that'd be great.
Okay. Top 3 of interest, or top 3 illicit market share? I think I've talked...
Of interest to you, given your expertise.
Yes. Look, what could I pick out? I think when I look at, say, the difference between similar excise rates in different countries. So Portugal has a 16-cent excise rate per cigarette, and Ecuador has a 16-cent excise rate per cigarette. Portugal has a 2.4% illicit market, and Ecuador has an 83.6% illicit market. Or when I look at, where's another comparison that's similar? I think I gave France before. So a 42 cents per cigarette for France, and with a 37.6% market share of illicit. But then Finland is also similar cost, which is 43 cents for a cigarette, and only 19.5% illicit market. And then maybe a third highlight might be Canada, with a 14 cents per cigarette excise rate, with a 38% illicit market. Yet Greece, with a similar excise rate, 14 cents, only a 17.5% illicit market. So there are market dynamics occurring outside illicit excise settings.
Yes, thank you very much. That's really useful. Could I ask you, can you confirm that the majority of customs duty collection for tobacco imports is from the 3 major tobacco corporations operating in Australia? That's still the case, isn't it?
I believe so, but I'll just confirm with Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, Senator, I'd have to confirm that detail. I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm not in a position, but I would assume that is absolutely the case.
Yeah, thank you. And if you could, if you can answer any of these, it'd be great. But if not, happy to take them on notice. Could you provide details of revenue collection from these major importers over the past 3 years, including absolute duties paid as well as the percentage share of the total revenue? And how are the forward estimates of revenue collection made by the agency for the purpose of budget estimation, if you're able to? I don't know whether that's the kind of technical question you're able to answer here, but if not, I'm just looking for a bit more on how that is actually done. Is that something you can answer today, or on notice again?
Oh, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
Or, and whether the future revenue estimation is done by Border Force or by the Treasury, and what methodology is used to make the estimation. Would that be an on notice as well?
Senator, that'll be a matter for Treasury to be able to make that calculation.
And I believe I believe there is some public information out there from a Freedom of Information request on Treasury's modelling methodology, so that should be easy to get for you.
Okay, thank you. Now, do the major tobacco corporations attempt to influence the policies or activity of Border Force or of the Commission in any way, in your experience?
I can say very quickly, Senator, from Border Force, that's a no. We don't have a direct line with Big Tobacco in any way, and I would not say that we were influenced in any way.
Can I just clarify, though? It's great to know that you're not influenced by them, but my question is more around attempts that might have been made to influence or establish that line of influence with Border Force.
Yeah, Senator, no. Same response to that question. The answer would be no.
All right. Maybe we don't use influence, but we just kind of look at attempts to communicate or to establish a relationship, because we don't quite know initially what the intent is when the communication comes. Do you receive regular communications or attempts to have meetings between yourselves and the industry?
I think I can take it from here. As Commissioner Smith has said, Australian Border Force itself isn't engaging in those policy conversations with big tobacco companies. I have been approached, and I have also approached tobacco industry to discuss the illicit trade matter in Australia. I have conducted those meetings in line with the World Health Organization Framework Conventions on Tobacco Control in terms of setting out a clear and transparent agenda for those conversations. This is something that is a focus of mine to steer in those conversations, to keep the conversation based on understanding the supply chain integrity issues that we can tackle, that industry may have information on, and that industry may have some opportunities to intervene. I think that there is a vested commercial interest for tobacco companies that I know have had a long history of advocating for excise policy and tobacco control policy in this country. I am mindful of that in any interaction that I have with them, so that I deliberately avoid being influenced from a policy perspective from big tobacco.
And can I ask, so you've described two types of interaction, one where you've reached out to them to engage with them on an issue, but also that they have reached out to you. Going to the instances where they have reached out to you, what have they been seeking to influence you in relation to? What area of policy or issue were they raising?
Excise policy.
Excise policy. And when was the last time that they reached out to you about that? Is that a regular thing?
I have tried to make a deliberate step to structure the engagement and be on the front foot. So there has been majority of the times where I have established the engagement. I held an industry summit in March. Again, part of my strategy to make sure I can engage with them as an important stakeholder in this problem, but for the conversation to not be directed by their interests in influencing excise policy. I probably have less examples of them reaching out to me recently than me conducting that industry summit, which was the most recent. I then followed up from the industry summit, writing to the tobacco companies, seeking some action on things discussed in that meeting. They were around supply of data. They were around looking at industry verification of online sales, and from the top three tobacco companies, I have not yet received a response.
Absolutely, and I very much sympathise with you. They are a vociferous bunch in relation to trying to meet with you, and I can absolutely understand why you would have tried to streamline that engagement. If we step back before that structure was put in place, though, which that meeting took place, what was the date of that meeting again?
It was the
18th of March, Senator.
18th of March this year. So if we look at the kind of year running up to that, so from from March of the year before to this past March. How many times did you receive contact? Were you contacted by representatives of the tobacco industry to lobby you on the question of excise or any other policy area?
What I have in front of me is the times that I have met with them. This is on the public register for publishing on our website, and those agendas were defined by me. Is that what you're interested in, or I don't have in front of me when they've written about excise?
Yeah, I understand that there would have been a number of meetings, and I will go to a question on process after that, but I hear what you're saying around compliance with the World Health Organisation processes. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the scale of the lobbying attempt, if you like, as demonstrated by the number of times they reached out to you about topics, made contact with you. So if it's something you've got to take on notice, that's absolutely fine. But I think it's relevant to our deliberations, the tempo with which they tried to contact you in the year leading up to that meeting. So if you're able to get that to us and break it down by types of communication, whether it be emails or people, bumping into you in cafes just conveniently, or, I know how these things work, and I think it's useful for the public to see the nature of the attempt. So would you be able to take that on notice for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And on that note, we will share the call now. Senator Steele-John. Senator Stewart. I think you're on mute, Senator Stewart, sorry.
Or maybe not, but you don't have audio.
No sound, Jana. No.
I don't know if you want to try and rejoin, Senator Stewart, maybe using your mobile phone. If you're using a laptop, maybe there's a speaker mic issue with the computer.
I've got one more protocol question I could put to the Commissioner while we're waiting for Joanna to fix that, if you like.
Certainly, Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of protocol, so what protocol do you have in place to manage and record industry influence activities? For instance, are key staff made aware of the full requirements of the Convention on tobacco control, for instance?
Yes, thank you for that question. So there is guidelines to all Australian government officials through a Department of Health, Disability and Ageing policy document, and we have internal protocols in our office that align all of our staff to that policy. We have a stipulation around that there needs to be a number of people in that meeting, that we have to make it publicly transparent by publishing those meetings on our website, by having an agenda that is set out from the outset, that we define that agenda. So all staff in my office are aware of that protocol. I have chosen to centralise that engagement with tobacco companies through my office because we have a tighter oversight of those protocols being adhered to, rather than all of Australian Border Force, for example, having to navigate that engagement with tobacco industry. So we've made a conscious choice from our small office in a coordination role that we limit that engagement through us.
We also have a half-page statement that we read out as well at the start of every meeting, which outlines that the meeting's being held in accordance with the protocols and that we ask tobacco industry to refrain from any lobbying or creating any partnerships with us, so that we're very clear from the outset.
I might go back to Senator Stewart. Senator Steele-John. We're just... thank you. Senator Stewart.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Wait a second, I'm just going to exit from my laptop so that we're not getting nobody needs to hear two versions of my voice at the same time. Thank you is what I started off with for appearing this morning. Commissioner, you've talked about some of the correspondence and bits and pieces that you've had with Big Tobacco. I'm wondering if we can have that tabled for the committee, please. And if it's possible to get that this morning, would be great.
I don't have all the correspondence in my pack. I just have the dates, but I can provide all of our correspondence back and forth on notice if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be super helpful. I am wondering if there are any data sharing arrangements between Big Tobacco and ITEC that you believe assists in combating the illicit tobacco market?
We don't have formal data sharing arrangements with Big Tobacco. I am aware of the reports, the FTI consulting report, for example, that is commissioned by tobacco industry. We do not use that data in our advice to government. My report to the Australian Parliament is based on our validated methodology in terms of informing government on the size and nature of the market.
Yeah. Okay. Noting we've got Big Tobacco on the agenda today for this inquiry, so I'm interested in what they might be able to provide this committee that would be useful, I suppose, and hearing what you're saying about being cautious about any kind of influence or advice that you get from Big Tobacco is certainly worth heeding.
I think we have really tried to centre our engagement with them in terms of asking for any data around supply chain integrity, how they may be privy to information about sales into countries where there might be smuggling routes, for example, or when they're seeing what they're seeing in terms of market sales, the existence of counterfeit products. So they may have some visibility from a supply chain integrity lens that may be helpful to understand from an operational perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you say may. Has it been useful?
I haven't been supplied data as yet after our requests for data to be shared with us from the industry summit. So I'm yet to make a determination of that. For any immediate supply chain integrity issues, we have suggested that they are able to contact Border Watch so that, as with any information about current or immediate threats, that information can be looked at through an objective operational lens. I can't comment on if they've provided that to Border Watch or not.
No, I was just actually going to go to Border Force as well and ask the same question if Big Tobacco companies are assisting Border Force and other law enforcement agencies with offshore disruption in the work that you do.
Certainly, Senator, and it goes to the Commissioner's point that we have to ensure that any information or data that comes into the Australian Border Force is filtered through our intelligence and operational lens to put some structure around and substance around the information. And this is where the Commissioner's point around any referral goes through to the Border Watch. Any other referral that comes outside of Border Watch could be referred into the National Disruption Group, upon which it will then work through the intelligence cycle to substantiate any of the information. It just removes the Australian Border Force from having a direct relationship with big tobacco, and it allows us to have a neutral view in terms of where the information is coming from. And I can't say that I'm aware of any information that has come through to Border Watch, but it could come through from various streams. But it does go through the same cycle as any other information that comes to Border Watch.
Yeah, it sounds like there's caution exercised at all levels when interacting with big tobacco to make sure there's no undue influence there. I've got a question for the Chief Economist about cutting tobacco excise, for example, by 50%. Would it make any difference to the profitability of the illicit market, and why or why not?
The question as to whether it would make an impact, I guess the more interesting question is, would it have a material impact? I tend to look at these things from both a supply and a demand side aspect, and I know that cutting excise was something that Chris Richardson wrote about in the Financial Review over the weekend. I think there's a couple of things to bear in mind. There's one which is that on the demand side, would it actually cause people to switch back to the licit market? So people that have switched from licit to illicit, the price difference is much greater than what, for example, a 50% excise cut would make. So you then have to ask the question, would somebody, and we need to remember that an awful lot of smokers are income constrained, disproportionately low income, so their ability to switch from, let's just say, a $12, $15 pack of illicit to whatever the illicit price would be at a 50% excise price, that's still a price increase. And so would those people do that? I think it's very hard to make a compelling case on the demand side that you'd get that switch. And on the on the supply side, even at that price, if you don't expect demand to move much, why would the supply side change? And that's not to say that there is no scope for those things, but it's one small part of a very complicated problem, I think, as the Commissioner's indicated.
We've looked at this. It's a very important conversation to have, and it's the conversation that is happening in the mainstream public at the moment. So of course we're looking at this, and I echo the Chief Economist's words there, and also what comes into it for us in terms of the illicit tobacco is very cheap and very abundant. It could cost, I don't have the figures, but it could cost, 50 cents to $1 for a packet. Whether we move our cost of regulated packets to $40, $30, $20, a $10 packet is going to make a profit, and they can also reduce that by a substantial amount and still make a profit. So the price differential may not be as impacted as we think, because criminal supply chains are not, they're not stable. They will respond to the market dynamics. We fall into a risk of making tobacco even cheaper than it is. We fall into a risk that we're not just influencing the behaviour of current smokers, but we also, with cheaper regulated tobacco and potentially even cheaper illicit tobacco, we risk increased uptake of the product, new nicotine addiction. We risk the broader population, it being normalised even further, that We need to not just look at the behaviour of current smokers, but look at the behaviour of non-smokers as well in response to any change in excise.
Yeah. And this kind of, I suppose, makes me think about something else in that submissions made by health experts suggest that consumers of tobacco are just looking for the cheapest product. Do you agree with that?
I think that price is a very strong driver for anybody's choice. We are conducting consumer market behaviour research. We've commissioned research with Deakin University. We look at contemporary research coming out of all sectors and as much as I am interested in terms of what is driving that choice, I'm also interested in what's going to work as a solution. So sometimes those things don't line up, but definitely whether something's $10 or $12, you'll get a consumer market dynamic towards the cheaper price. That is the thing that's in people's minds.
Yeah, and I think just going back to something you said earlier, it's not necessarily just about people who are smoking now, but keeping that preventative, like keeping the eye on the preventative too. That the cost is prohibitive for lots of people in terms of taking up smoking as well. And
cost has been a big driver in a lot of people quitting smoking, in a lot of people not taking up smoking in the first place. So excise policy and tobacco control policy that we've seen here has driven down smoking rates across the decades. It is we are needing to tackle smoking with a much more of a systems approach at the moment because of this illicit market. Doesn't mean taking our foot off the brake on one particular policy, but it means adding to the strategy in terms of maximising interagency capability, really tackling supply chain integrity across multiple points of the chain. It means that we need to look at making sure we're sharing evidence, intelligence, unifying data so we have a national approach to this. We're all pulling in the same direction rather than pulling in opposite directions. To make a difference in this area, we also need a continued downward pressure on demand. So when you have a proportion of people who are currently smoking who want to quit, how do we also work with our health agencies around quit support, demand reduction, education in schools to prevent uptake? There is a range of demand reduction strategies that are just as important.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think last question, Senator Stewart, if that's okay for us.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just a quick one, which is, can the Australian Border Force please provide the committee on notice with an update on recent operations of both the ABF and the NDG operations and the successes of those operations, please?
I certainly can, Senator. And apologies. Did you want me to take that on notice, or happy to go through that now?
Yeah. I'm happy for you to speak to it at a higher level now, and then also it would be great to get it on notice. And there also might be a couple more questions on notice for our witnesses today too.
Certainly, Senator. Thank you. I'll give a very high overview because I do like to celebrate the great work of all of our officers in the Australian Border Force. I think if we look at the last financial year that we reflect back on, 2.5 billion illicit cigarettes have been seized at our border, around 438 tonnes of loose leaf tobacco, and around 6 million vapes that were detected at the same time. That is a significant increase, and I think Senator Colbrick had mentioned before that's probably around about a 320% increase in the amount of illicit tobacco that's been seized at our border over the last 4 years. More recently, in December last year, we stood up Campaign Printwall, which was an amplified effort across all streams offshore, at the border and post-border. to bring everything in line to see what we could do in terms of tackling the problem. And over that 4-month period leading up to the end of March, there was 998.5 tonnes of illicit tobaccos that were seized at the border. Incredibly pleased to be able to say that we've now tipped over that 1 kilotonne amount leading into April, with some record seizures over the first weeks of April as well, allowing us to surpass that point. I think 312 detections of illicit tobacco in the first month of April, and around 87 tonnes of illicit tobacco seized at that point. That aside, that work of the National Disruption Group that you talk about, in October last year we stood up the National Disruption Group with a way to bring together, as the Commissioner had talked about, a much more systems approach to the way that we tackle illicit tobacco. And the National Disruption Group now looks at around 30 state, territory and Commonwealth agencies coming together, both traditional and non-traditional law enforcement and non-law enforcement partners. And the point around that is that force multiplying our capabilities, where one agency by themselves isn't able to take effect based on their pure legislation, we force multiply legislations and capabilities to have an effect. We've had 2 weeks of action so far, one over March and one over April, targeting firstly Queensland and South Australia, and secondly, more recently in April, New South Wales and the ACT. And the results from those activities have demonstrated not just the seizure of illicit tobacco and those products, but also the confiscation of assets, the confiscation of significant amounts of cash as well. $2.1 million worth of cash was confiscated on the week of action with Queensland and South Australia. But also in terms of that, we've had 123 persons of interest that were being identified. Also in terms of 61 non-compliant retail outlets have had action taken across them as well. And then also in terms of the second order effects. So once all of those people are being identified as having links to illicit tobacco, those 30 agencies that I talk about from the National Disruption Group will then use that information and intelligence to look at is there any other activities that we can look against these individuals, whether it's in relation to visas, whether it's in relation to licence holding, any other capabilities we can throw at this. And that allows us to have that effect domestically, as the Senator Culbreck had mentioned before, working in partnership with people like Australia Post and other industry partners. The last point that I just mentioned, Senator, very quickly, is just in relation to the pre-border activity. 290 international partner referrals came through Operation Printwall over those 4 months. 26.5 tonnes of illicit tobacco that was stopped offshore before it even reached our border, which is a significant increase for us and the way that we need to be doing business as we move forward. At the border alone, 937 tonnes, and then post-border, domestically, 35 tonnes of illicit tobacco that we picked up domestically. So from the Australian Border Force perspective, with our role very much primarily focused at the border, we are ahead of the border and we are behind the border, and bringing that systems approach to be able to combat illicit tobacco at the same time, and happy to be able to table more of those details.
Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just very quickly to Australian Border Force, Mr Smith. In terms of the organised crime priorities within your area, I guess, how does the current resourcing in relation to illicit tobacco compare to other things you're operationally working on?
Senator, the illicit tobacco as a commodity itself for the Australian Border Force is a high priority. Okay. It sits alongside other priorities such as border control, drugs, firearms, child exploitation material, etc. So it is a significant and high priority for the Australian Border Force. Yeah.
Percentage of your workforce or your resources that you have?
Hard to be able to put a figure on it, because when we look at an Australian Border Force officer working, whether that's frontline or backline intelligence, they will look at all priorities that come through. When we look at a high priority for the Australian Border Force, it means that all officers across every element of the Australian Border Force will focus on that. So it's hard to pinpoint an exact figure because we don't have people that are only on illicit tobacco. Everybody's on illicit tobacco. Okay.
In terms of, I guess, you were going through some of the numbers and great work to your team on stopping huge amounts of tobacco coming in. It seems though it's not a deterrent for organised crime to stop trying. So they're willing to have, over 1,000 tonnes confiscated at the border. I guess what else can be done? You know, are the penalty settings not right, or is it just that tobacco is so cheap and they can take, and the volume is so high that they can take those hits? And at what point does it become not worthwhile for the organised crime networks?
Senator, it's a good point, and I would say that it's a maturing aspect of the way that we're tackling illicit tobacco. So you're right that in the sense of the understood to be a low risk, high reward activity, we're shifting that dial to try and make it much more of a high risk and low reward aspect to it. If we look at it traditionally on illicit tobacco 4 years plus ago, a very strong focus on the revenue aspects as opposed to the organised crime aspects to it. So when you look at the Customs Act, for example, our legislation will focus on the ability to defraud revenue, and whether that's a purposefully trying to defraud revenue or whether that's recklessly trying to defraud revenue. Those penalties that are associated with those offences are not as high as when you're looking at commensurate commodities such as precursor drugs or border control drugs. And we're working side by side with our partner agencies to be able to address that. So, for example, if we're going against organised crime, and we will look at two aspects of illicit tobacco criminality. We touched on the National Disruption Group before, which is very much focused on those mid-level enablers, the people who are financing, the people who are transporting and selling illicit tobacco. The Illicit Tobacco Task Force in itself is much more focused on the organised crime aspects of that. So when we are targeting organised crime, we will partner with agencies that will have legislation that has a greater deterrent effect to it, and we're able to then use those powers and those authorities to have those move through the court system at the same time.
And I think even in your own submission, you've sort of identified that organised crime is exploiting that profitable price differential. So is it fair to say that, the larger that the legal-illegal price gap is for organised crime, the more attractive that it is for them to continue to operate in the market?
I'd say the Commissioner touched on all of the valid points that we align with in terms of the Australian Border Force. We don't challenge the excise policy in any way. It goes to the point of what the Commissioner raised, that organised crime will target any market vulnerabilities that exist, and whether that's in the supply chain, the financiers, or whether it's anything to do with the actual costs and demand, for example. So there is no one factor that will drive that incentive from organised crime. If there's a profit to be made, no matter where that is, organised crime will adjust to that, and that's a proven fact.
Which naturally says is if the legal market is 3 times the cost of the illegal, it's until that is one of the attractive aspects.
I think another thing that Commissioner Smith was raising was the low risk element here, which is what has been so low penalties traditionally in legislation settings across the country. One of my main focuses in the last 9 months has been to look at what legislative reform needs to happen at both a Commonwealth and a state and territory level to increase penalties, increase powers available to Australian Border Force and state police commensurable with other, serious crimes. This is a serious and organised crime issue. So dismantling serious and organised crime networks is a focus of law enforcement around the country.
How far have you got in that work, given that, I guess Border Force is what's coming into Australia? We've heard evidence that there is a huge network that operates domestically. So states and territories are obviously responsible for that. How far have you got in those recommendations in terms of what the legislative framework?
We're seeing momentum across all states and territories. They have all started in different places. And while some have made a number of changes in the last few months to, say, fines and penalties, closure orders, landlord responsibilities, even what evidentiary standards there are so that it doesn't overburden storage and destruction. There is a number of things that different states and territories have been working on to different at different paces or at different stages.
Is that with your office that they're doing that? Is that recommendations you're making? Okay, excellent. Senator Dunningham.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies for my delay, and I hope not to cover any of the ground that other senators have covered. You mentioned, Commissioner, there the closure orders. Do you have any data around how many closure orders have been imposed across the country in, say, the year 24-25 and 25-26 to date?
We don't have it for 24-25. It wasn't data that we was asked for prior to me coming into the role. We do have monthly data around enforcement activity coming from all state and territories, and closure orders and shop and store closures is something that we are negotiating at the moment with states and territories. New South Wales, for example, already published that data. Queensland make announcements with that data, and so we're working on what is a standardised way we can capture that from all of the states and territories. I hope that we are able to report on that in my annual report, but we're not there yet.
So your annual report being October or thereabouts, okay, and that will be for 25-26?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any figures that you are able to share with us that you've collected from, not being consistent, I accept that, but from states and territories thus far?
I don't think I've got them in front of me. Do you have any, Alex?
I think there are some publicly available numbers in terms of some of the great work that happened in Queensland, for example. So they did a Operation Major, which ran over 10 days in late November and December last year. During that time, 148 stores were issued with 3-month closure orders, and 11.8 million cigarettes were seized during that time. Earlier in March, New South Wales health inspectors stated that they'd now issued 105 short-term closure orders since November 2025.
Okay. All right. Well, on notice, if you could provide me whatever you're able to from as many states and territories as possible. Has any analysis been undertaken with regard to the conflict in the Middle East and what that's done for the flow of illicit tobacco and products coming into the country?
Yes, we've worked with Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. They've done an analysis on that.
Okay, and what does that indicate? That there is less coming in, and do you have a volume?
I would just have to check on the classification of that information before I share that. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Yep. Yeah, okay. And so, well, look, I won't pursue that any further if you've taken that on notice. Just in terms of the more general concept, and this will be my last couple of questions, Chair, talked about the range of measures that are deployed across agencies and, of course, jurisdictions as well to turn the dial, I think, to use the language earlier. And obviously the aim is to eliminate the industry. Has any analysis, or the illicit traders, has any analysis been undertaken or modelling done around the current settings deployed across governments and when we might start seeing elimination actually occur? Do we have a date that we think we might be able to stamp out the industry based on the work that's being undertaken?
We don't have a date, Senator. This is a multi-dimensional issue. It's complex. It takes coordinated effort through an evolving market. Any advice I provide to government does look at the likely impacts of interventions on the and we will monitor the size of the market through my annual reports. I think we are at the starting ground with a lot of work having gained momentum this year. It will take time to see the fruits of those efforts.
Do we have, over the course of the next 3-5 years, sort of benchmarks we hope to achieve, or KPIs in terms of a reduction in inflows or activity? Is that part of your planning, or is it a set of goals government have set down for those involved to meet?
That is part of my planning. We're looking at what's a systematic systemic way to actually look at outcomes and what performance indicators that we can have as joint performance indicators amongst all of the partners in this issue across state and territory and Commonwealth, because it is there's no one indicator that will give us a linear relationship between our efforts and our impact. We are looking at a systemic way to report on that. I will be able to provide that to Parliament when we're able to finish that planning and finish that development, and that will require partnerships with states and territories. So it's something that we're looking at with states and territories too. So
before we even get to setting goals, you're looking at how to measure the efforts and successes or otherwise of the work that you're talking about. Is that right? You're sort of still in the planning phase on how to measure the work that you do.
I think since I've commenced, I've been really focused on making sure I'm engaging with a number of people so that we are pulling towards some priorities around strengthening consequences, interagency capability, unifying data and demand reduction. That has to happen in parallel with planning a systemic outcomes framework. I don't think it would be prudent of me to wait for intervention, for a development of an outcome framework. I'm trying to do a number of things in parallel because this is such an urgent issue.
Yeah. And so my original question was, so are there goals set down, i.e., and I know there's a number of different metrics against which you could measure or examine and analyse success or otherwise, i.e., number of tonnes being imported or number of seizures occurring, etc., etc. I mean, have you got goals set down somewhere, or at least in draft phase, around by what date we expect to have achieved X?
I think it's similar to what I've said before. We do have enforcement metrics that we monitor and
are they publicly available?
Yeah, yes. They come through my report. So all seizures, charges, penalties, you'll see that broken down across a range of enforcement statistics.
And that is against goals. Obviously seizures is, we've seized X tonnes or X number of cigarettes or vapes or whatever, but is there a goal, an aim to achieve?
Our aim is to reduce the market size and to reduce the harms on community. So that is what is informing our work to articulate the outcome statement, if you like.
Okay. And by what date do we expect to have the outcome statement?
I don't have a date in front of me.
Before your annual report?
I can't comment on that. There's a lot of there's a number of parallel pieces in train, and we are busily working away at quite a lot of those things. The team hasn't briefed me on when we should be seeing an outcomes framework.
Has the government asked for it by a certain date?
No.
So it's just whenever you get it done?
I think what the government has asked me is to make sure that there is annual reporting that is public, to make sure that I am advising on laws, to make sure that I am coordinating intergovernmental governance structures to support tangible action against the threat.
I think they want you to get rid of the scourge that is illicit tobacco, really. But no, anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Colbeck, you had one more question.
Yeah, just a quick one. Assistant Minister Hill said a couple of weeks ago it would be nonsensical to deny the excise had pushed people towards illegal products, but price was the single most effective lever to encourage people to quit or reduce smoking. I think I agree with Assistant Minister Hill in that sense. But if more than 60% of the market isn't subject to the excise now, how does that high price remain an effective measure? And if you want to deal with the price differential, which Assistant Minister Hill, yourself today in evidence and in your recent report have indicated price is one of the drivers of the market. If you're not going to deal with excise, how do you deal with the price matter? So there's two elements to the question. How does it remain an effective measure? Because more than 60% of people who are, or the market now is not paying the excise, so that doesn't exist. And how do you deal with the price differential?
I don't think excise was ever a policy that was intended to address the illicit market, which is what we're trying to address here.
But the problem is the illicit market is taking away the disincentive to smoke by the excise, which is what the point of the excise was. I agree with Mr Hill. I'm not trying to verbal him at all. I agree with him 100%. But more than 60% of the market is not paying the excise, and that's one of the drivers. We've all acknowledged that this is one of the drivers in the market. How does it remain an effective measure if most people in the market aren't paying it?
I do have answers to those, but I'm getting some nudges from our chief economist who has something to say.
I'll just start with, I think it's incorrect to think that the excise rate is actually influences and sets the illicit price.
No, I'm not saying it does.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it does. I'm not trying to infer anything about it. I'm just saying, how do you deal with the price issue, which is one of the drivers? And I get all the other stuff that and I accept the evidence about multifaceted approach, more law enforcement, all that sort of stuff. But one of the measures we're all talking about is that. How do you deal with it if you don't do anything with excise? Because that's dealing with the illicit market, which is... But also, how does the excise remain a disincentive if no one's paying it because they're in the illicit market? I mean, we're not trying to change the illicit market. We understand what that is. We're trying to deal with it through other measures. Yeah. But I'm interested in reducing people's smoking rates. There's no incentive to do that if I can buy smokes for $15 a pack. So we've lost the disincentive. I agree with Minister Hill. Price is the single most effective driver for stopping smoking. There's an inflection point there somewhere though, where the whole thing flips, and it clearly has. So that's the point of what we're trying to get to. So we've lost the disincentive because you've got this normalised illicit market. Okay, we're trying to deal with that. Police are saying we're not going to police our way out of it. But how do you say... Do you understand what I'm trying to get at? It's no longer effective if no one's paying it.
And I think that what I had offered the committee in my opening statements and in answer to a number of questions in this last hour is that I'm looking at what's going to work here. My main objective is to reduce the market.
Yep.
If I thought reducing excise would give a tangible difference, that would be my advice to government. When I look at whether we decrease excise by $10, $20, $30, there is still the price differential. Illicit trade can always be cheaper. There is cheap, abundant supply. That means illicit traders can continue to reduce their price to maintain a price differential. So whilst excise is not necessarily a deterrent to the people who are currently smoking illicit tobacco at the moment, it has been a deterrent to over 90% of the Australian population. I need to keep in my mind the risks of removing that deterrent for people who might who might pick up smoking, who might return to smoking because they have left given the decades of excise. So I think of it, an analogy is like driving to the snow. My tyres get me only so far and then I have to put chains on my tyres when I reach the snow. I don't get rid of my tyres. I still need to acknowledge they've done a piece of really important work, and now I need to look at what other levers I have. The levers ahead of us is to squeeze and deter and disrupt the illicit market. Changing excise settings, I don't see a neat correlation with doing that. That's my analysis of the situation. That's why my advice at the moment is around getting the most out of all agencies working on this, looking at how joint action can actually maximise impact, strengthening laws across the country so that consequences for the illicit trade are increased, continuing to work on demand reduction for the 10% of people of smokers who are left in the market. We need to actually focus our attention on deterring the illicit market, not necessarily removing settings that are keeping 90% of the Australian population outside the smoking market. So until there is some evidence on the table that suggests different, my advice to government won't necessarily be focused on excise as a priority.
So in terms of the process of increase, were there, and this comes into elasticity modelling, and Mr Douglas, you would have done plenty of that, I'd have thought. Is there a point at which the market flips that would be different on the way down versus on the way up? Is that correct?
Yes, yes. So it's what the technical word we use is hysteresis. So it's that different impact in different directions. The thing is to recognise, though, that the growth of the illicit tobacco market is actually driven by a whole range of factors. The illicit tobacco price is actually just one really small part of it. The example that I actually look at is there's some good stuff that's come out over the last sort of 5 years looking at consumer behaviour across their entire shopping basket. There's a lot more people buying home brand because it's 2 or 3% cheaper. We're seeing a big switch in the supermarkets to Aldi. So there's the fact that people are switching to illicit tobacco is just because it's cheaper. Even if you had the excise rate at like 1 cent, it would be cheaper. And so you'd be seeing that. So I think the thing is to not overstate. Excise has played a role, but is to not overestimate the impact that the excise rate has had on the illicit tobacco market. I almost think of it as a necessary. There needs to be a price differential, but it's definitely not a sufficient case. And I think the statistics that the Commissioner quoted earlier that show that there are markets where they've got much lower excise rates but much larger illicit market shares kind of help to illustrate that. So I don't think there is a tipping point in terms of the excise rate. There was a magic price that we were at a point in time.
But there's price points in the market. There are in every market. Supermarkets understand that. They talk to us about that all the time. And so there must be a tipping point.
There'd be a tipping point, but I think it's a tipping point that's a combination of factors, excise and cost of living and social norms and all kinds of things.
A question I noticed, the Commissioner, because we're over time and I'm in trouble. Those markets with really high rates, particularly countries like Ecuador, I'd be interested to understand what the other factors there. I mean, the law and order system in those countries might not necessarily be as strong as ours, and so there is a range of factors that come into this in terms of what influences the market.
Yeah, I agree. There's unique settings in all countries. The number of border crossings that need to happen, especially with European countries. Whether smoking rates in and of themselves are higher or lower. We'll see what detailed comparisons we can get for you. It's a good thing to look at.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Colbeck. Thank you all for taking the time to appear at this hearing today and give evidence. The committee has agreed that answers to questions on notice at this hearing should be returned by close of business on the 18th of May 2026. So thank you all again. You are now released from the committee. Thank you. We will now suspend for 10 minutes. Health Association of Australia, Australian Medical Association. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start in the room and then go to those that are online.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name's Raglan Maddox and I'm here today on behalf of the Public Health Association of Australia.
Fantastic, thank you. And then online.
I'm Dr. Danielle McMillan, President of the Australian Medical Association.
Fantastic. And do either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to share? If I could just ask you to keep it as brief as possible. My apologies that we are running very late in the program. We might start with you.
One lead blind.
I think we're good now, hey?
Are we good?
Thank you, Chair, and the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Nice without the feedback too.
Yeah.
I wanted to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal Ngambri people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and I also wanted to pay my respect to elders past and present. I also wanted to acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that might be on the call today or in the room. Tobacco remains a leading cause of preventable death for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, responsible for 37% of all deaths, and 66 Australians will pass away from tobacco use today. This is why we're here today. I'm here appearing on behalf, as I mentioned, of the Public Health Association of Australia, the national peak body for public health. We advocate and support evidence-based policy to protect and improve the health and wellbeing of all Australians. At the outset, I also wanted to acknowledge that we do not accept or support any tobacco and nicotine industry funding consistent with Article 5.3 of the Framework Convention of Tobacco Control. We also know that the industry influence is pervasive. We know it influences the way we think, hear, talk about tobacco use. And we see this through the media and other means. This inquiry is fundamentally about preventing harm. Tobacco remains one of the leading causes of preventable death in Australia, and it means that the hour we spend here today talking about it, 2 to 3 Australians will pass away as a result of tobacco. And this doesn't just impact that person, it impacts the families, communities, loved ones, languages, knowledges, ways of knowing, being and doing. The illicit trade of tobacco should not be understood in isolation, should not be understood as solely a law enforcement issue. It reflects the operation of a broader commercial system that continues to operate and profit from addiction, disease and death through legal or illegal pathways. A narrow enforcement-only response will not just reduce harm, it will shift it. Effective policy responses must therefore maintain strong demand reduction measures, strengthen supply-side governance and retail regulation, and overall reduce availability of products to ensure that public health policy is strong and there to support all Australians. It is essential that the response to this are proportionate and do not place unintended burdens on communities experiencing and grappling with nicotine addiction. So finally, the Public Health Association wanted to emphasise the importance of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership in tobacco control, ensuring that the public health interests are front and centre of this challenge. This is a public health issue first and foremost, and policy responses must remain grounded in preventing preventable death and disease. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. And then what we might do is go to Dr. McMillan.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Dr. Danielle McMillan, the President of the Australian Medical Association, which is the peak body representing doctors of all specialties right across Australia. I'm here today from the land of the Darkinjung people and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Australia has a strong track record on reducing rates of smoking, but as doctors we do fear these long-standing gains are at risk. And while daily smoking prevalence has continued to decline on the most recent survey data, That data is now a few years old, and we do keenly await the results of the 2025 National Drug Strategy Household Survey, since anecdotally, colleagues and I are seeing more Australians struggling with nicotine addiction through smoking and other novel illicit nicotine products like vapes and pouches. As my colleague said, smoking remains a leading preventable cause of death in Australia, and compared with people who've never smoked, people who do smoke die on average around 10 years earlier and develop age-related disease about 10 years younger. Illicit tobacco is no longer a marginal compliance matter. It's rapidly expanding and highly organised market that's undermining our previously strong tobacco control achievements, contributing to community harm and violence, and eroding the revenue base that supports essential public services. Fragmented regulation, weak retail controls and inconsistent enforcement have all created conditions in which illicit operators are able to proliferate in our suburbs and regional towns. What we need is decisive, coordinated action across all levels of government to close those regulatory gaps and protect the hard-won public health gains. It's important to recognise that changing the action that's been effective, that the tobacco excise is not an area that we think should be changed. Increases in the costs of cigarettes have been a significant driver for people choosing to quit. There's no evidence to support the idea that reducing the excise will impact illegal tobacco. In fact, the evidence says the opposite, with jurisdictions that have reduced the excise seeing a horrible combination of increased smoking rates and no tangible impact on the illicit tobacco trade. We saw that in Canada when it halved its tobacco excise to combat smuggling, but the move led to more people, and particularly young people, commencing smoking and fewer people quitting. Similarly, like the illicit trade persists even in countries with much cheaper cigarettes, including neighbours like Vietnam, the Philippines and Senegal. And as we address illicit tobacco, we will continue to need robust regulation of legal cigarettes and tobacco supply, and to ensure our strong public health response. So our 4 priorities are firstly to establish a nationally consistent tobacco retail licensing framework with stronger oversight and measures to limit the unchecked growth of tobacconists. The disproportionate number of tobacco outlets versus smokers is outrageous to my colleagues and I, and only serves to increase access to cigarettes and drive higher consumption. We secondly need national data capability across health, border, police, revenue and regulators with simple public reporting. At the moment, it's quite difficult to report suspected illegal activity. Thirdly, we need to strengthen penalties and enforcement to ensure that they're commensurate with the crimes being committed and the illicit actors, given the high profits and current low likelihood of conviction. And finally, all legislation introduced at a federal or state level needs to be future-proofed with definitions to be inclusive of emerging nicotine products, including things like nicotine pouches. We need these stronger regulations to block exploitable loopholes that are currently being tested by organised crime syndicates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I might go to Senator Duniam.
Yeah, thank you both, Associate Professor Maddox and Dr McMullen. I'll start with you, Associate Professor, just in relation to, you provided an opening statement. From your organisation's point of view, what is your, if you had a blank canvas to work on, how would you tackle illicit tobacco? Our aim being to wipe it out, get rid of it, stop it from coming in and people from using it. What's your pitch?
Yeah, I think we need a comprehensive approach to address tobacco use, as you sort of mentioned. I think, as Dr McMullen also mentioned, nationally consistent retail licensing with density controls would be really fruitful. Supply chain transparency and tightening up the supply chain from manufacture right through to dissemination, including that licensing, but also track and trace in terms of ensuring that there's independent understanding of that supply chain. Targeted upstream enforcement. I think we've heard this morning how important enforcement is, particularly around all levels, pre-border, at the border and then within country. Stronger coordination But then again, the most important bit is also around demand reduction measures. So the suite of demand reduction measures that we've seen in the National Tobacco Strategy, the success of the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program to support people who are smoking and vaping to quit and stay quit. I think it's really important that we also remember the vast majority of Australians don't smoke or don't vape, and so supporting them to not take up a highly addictive product that when used as directed kills is really important. And I think we've learned a lot of lessons when you think about evidence coming out that smoking kills over 75 years ago, and the lessons that Australia has learned in being a successful tobacco control company and reducing smoking prevalence to less than 10%. We can take a lot out of that. But as the market adapts and changes to flood the market with a highly addictive product that is generally taken up by youth and young people that then have a lifelong addiction, I think it's really important to make sure that that stays in focus and that the health and wellbeing of all Australians, but particularly young people and future generations, is front and centre of the conversation.
So what do you think is driving people to take up illicit tobacco products? And you mentioned Indigenous Australians, what do you think is driving the take up there?
Yeah, there's a suite of things really. I think whenever you have a highly addictive product, you flood a market, you make it accessible, you glamorise it, you see all that sort of infrastructure already existing and has been in existence for a long time. It means that if it is on the shelf, it is easily available, that people will use it. And when people are experimenting, particularly in youth and young adolescents, that addiction is incredibly hard to kick. We know the vast majority of people who smoke want to quit or wish they never took it up, but creating a society where it's easier to quit and stay quit is critical to the success of the health and wellbeing of all Australians. So I'll just give you a little example from Canberra here. A couple of years ago, I was speaking to a lady who was going to the health service. She hops off at the bus at Narrabundah, just down the road. At the time, she walked past 7 places that would sell her tobacco. She'd go into the doctor, she'd get NRT to help her quit. She'd then walk back out to catch the bus. She'd walk past 7 tobacconists, knowing that she has NRT, she has an inhalator, she has all the support around her that she can to quit, but she still has to walk past those 7 retailers. And for her, when she was talking to me, she said, if I was on crack, would you make me walk past 7 crack dealers to quit? And the answer is no. Like we are here to support society, to be a healthy society so that young people can grow up to thrive. So how do we support them to do that?
And so just on this, both of you have mentioned now this regulation of retail outlets. In that is this inherent or an implication that they are legal operators, they're licensed, they're able to trade in whatever products they are retailing, in this case I presume tobacco, but talking about the illicit ones who, and I've got colleagues who've referenced shipping containers from which people are selling these products. How do you, we can deal with the legal operators, and I don't think if we're talking about reducing smoking all up, which is of course something we all desire to have be the outcome, but we're talking about illicit tobacco here. I'm wondering how you, from your point, either of you if you're willing, tackle these illicit operators who are not operating with an ABN, probably doing something other than their lease agreement allows them to do. Your example there talked about 7 retailers. I assume we're talking about shop fronts that may dabble in both, sadly, but how do we tackle the illicit tobacco, which is the reason for this inquiry? Yeah,
and I think it's really important that we understand the supply chain and the way it works, maybe regulated or unregulated, licit or illicit, at various points. So it's really important that when we're looking at it, that we understand how it operates. And I know the Commissioner spoke about this briefly this morning. So when I'm talking about the licit or illicit trade, the supply chain is, there are going to be bits where it becomes regulated or unregulated, or becomes taxed product or an untaxed product. And so if we have better understanding and control of the whole market, it will help make regulating the illicit trade of tobacco products a lot easier. So to go down as an example, and I think there are 40,000 odd retailers that are legally selling tobacco products, as you mentioned, across Australia, servicing less than 8% of the population. If we went down a model more like a pharmaceutical, a pharmacy where you have a highly regulated, licensed system where you're able to track and trace all the products from manufacture right through to dissemination, it becomes understanding and monitoring and enforcing the illicit market a lot easier. It also means overall that the accessibility of the product decreases. So we're not seeing the social normalisation that we are now. We know that kids are walking to school and walking past multiple tobacconists, licit or illicit, and that makes differentiating the difference between what might be licit or known as cheap cigarettes versus a legal product that's regulated and less accessible, might not have the same price point. So it's really important that we understand the whole system, and then when it comes to enforcement, when it comes to making sure that products before the border, into the border and then across the border are through that regulated supply chain, it'll make that a lot easier and in turn will make supporting people to quit and stay quit a lot easier as well. Does that make sense?
I'll come back. There's a couple of... Dr McMullen, if you...
Thanks. Yeah, look, I think it's important when we think of solutions to manage the illicit tobacco trade that there's no single solution that will solve everything. However, and the Commissioner would potentially be able to give you harder figures, but certainly our understanding is there's a significant portion of the illicit tobacco market that is being supplied through traditional bricks and mortar, otherwise legal enterprises. And certainly from my experience as a GP, patients tell me that they get their illicit tobacco and vapes and pouches from otherwise legal retailers, tobacconists and convenience stores. So that's why we're calling on a stronger framework around legal tobacco supply, retail, and a framework there to reduce the number of retail outlets that can supply nicotine products. And that would have to occur in partnership with other changes alongside law enforcement, stricter penalties for those that are found to be doing the wrong thing, and to make sure that those penalties were meaningful and impactful. Understands it would give agencies a clearer remit if there was a tighter licensing framework. We've had better, there are some examples. It's also different across jurisdictions, and harmonisation of some of those frameworks would make that coordination between agencies more effective and easier. Recognise that organised crime is likely to then try and find alternate avenues, so we can't let our foot off the accelerator then. This will have to be a part of a suite of measures to address organised crime, but a portion of that is happening through current retail environments, and we need mechanisms to be able to stop that more effectively.
Yes, so just have you done any analysis on how much price is a driver to illegal tobacco, either organisation?
We rely on international evidence that I think, as you've heard earlier today, it says that price is one of the most significant impacts on people choosing not to smoke or quitting smoking or not picking up smoking. And as a health organisation, that's our primary focus, is reducing rates of smoking. And so hence we remain supportive of the long-standing policy in Australia of a tobacco excise to reduce consumption.
So just specifically on that though, because obviously you have two tiers of industry in a sense: the regulated, and I accept your point that there are bricks and mortar establishments who may well be trading in illicit product along with the regulated product. But you've got the ones paying excise, the ones who operate under a licence, the ones who have a proper lease agreement, etc., and then you've got others who are doing whatever they want with whomever they want and charging whatever they want, $10 versus $60. So my question more is about, has any analysis been done? Because perhaps as an extension, price is a driver to get people off smokes, which is excellent. But what analysis or modelling or research has been done to determine whether cheaper cigarettes is a driver to the illicit market? Have either of you done any work in that space?
No, not from us. We haven't done any work around price driving the illicit market per se, like you frame it there. I think can second the earlier conversation this morning about price absolutely being a driver for people quitting, price also being absolutely a driver for people not taking up tobacco, as well as accessibility. So the bricks and mortar stores, those sorts of things normalising the product is critical to people taking it up or not taking it up. And then we also know that this product is highly addictive. So the vast majority of people actually want to quit and stay quit. And the two main reasons for that is price and benefit to health. So we know people care about their health and wellbeing and also the health and wellbeing of their family. So they're sort of the three main reasons why people try to stay off this highly addictive product. But the flip side being when you are addicted to a product, when you have dependence, you'll find ways to get access to nicotine. And so when there's widely available, easily accessible product that is cheaper, then you'll go for the cheaper product.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator Stewart.
All right. I'll see if my audio is working. Are we?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Excellent. Great. I managed to fix it. Look at that. My first question is if you've got any data on what role price has played in reducing adult smoking rates in Australia that you can share with the committee.
Depends what sort of data. Sorry, Senator, can you go on mute when I'm talking, just getting myself back, if that's all right? Sorry.
I love some good direction, yep.
Thank you. We know that in Australia, and the work that I predominantly do is around Indigenous health, so Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We've seen significant declines in smoking prevalence since about 2004-05. The two main reasons for quitting is the benefit to health, but the second one is absolutely the cost of product. And so we've seen smoking prevalence decline from about 50% down to about 30% in 2018-19, with cost being the second largest factor. But as Dr McMullen and others have talked about, it is a suite of measures that support people to quit. So public education, awareness raising, smoke-free, vape-free areas. The denormalisation of it helps to drive declines in smoking prevalence. And this is one of the reasons why we've seen tremendous success in Australia. And we've seen, smoking prevalence, particularly among young people under 25, decline significantly. And so as a result, we know that the market has to adapt to continue to increase profit. When we think about the industry, they have a legal requirement to their shareholders, and generally that means that they have to generate profit. So when you see an industry decline like that in smoking prevalence, the business model has to change, the market has to adapt. And so in this instance, we see that in different ways, including through the illicit market as we're seeing now. I'll stop there and pass to Dr McMullen. I see your hand is up.
I was just going to add that I've got data that in the 2019 National Drug Strategy Household Survey, I do have two figures here that are inconsistent. So I've got either almost half or 58% of smokers, so I can get back to you on notice on the exact figure from that report. But we could say roughly half of smokers aged 14 and over who changed their smoking behaviour in the past year cited it costing too much as a key reason. So there is, and that's, it's a reliable nationwide survey, which we're waiting for the newest report, but that does show that cost is a significant driver to quit alongside, as we've heard, health reasons. And it is always difficult in public health issues to determine a single cause for a change in behaviour. And there's been obviously at the same time as government policies around the cost of cigarettes, we've also had significant government and other public health agency efforts to reduce smoking based on the personal and public health risks. So it's often hard to disentangle these. So this survey data is probably the best we've got.
Yeah. I've changed my speaker, so hopefully that helps with any of the feedback now. You might not be able to answer this question for me, but what impact would a reduction in tobacco excise have on the profitability of the illicit market? And I suppose I'm interested in if a decrease in excise is
essentially just a massive tax cut for big tobacco with no discernible public health benefit?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. It's a great question. I think realistically it'll be minimal impact. The idea of trying to price match with the illicit market is flawed in a number of reasons. We sort of heard this morning about the range of prices and taxing across different jurisdictions around the world, and we know that regardless of tax excise, there is illicit markets in various places. So, we heard about Indonesia or Vietnam and New Zealand, for example, which might be more comparable, but also has a much smaller illicit market. But we know that there is profit there. And so I think whenever there's profit to be had and enforcement and other things, regulation is a little bit slow to catch up, that profit will be had. So I think that's really the crux of it. If we look at it more from a business lens, I think that's really important. And I think the other piece is the interesting challenge we have with the supply and demand conversation is also this is a highly addictive product. Like, no one is born with nicotine needing to smoke a cigarette or have a vape or anything like that. So the supply side really drives the market as well, and then we end up in a perpetual cycle where there's oversaturation of the market. The market is oversupplied. The product needs to go off the shelf because it's highly addictive. People will use it. And so the other piece I also wanted to mention is there a range of indicators that we can look at that also can look at measures of success? And so the other piece that I wanted to sort of tack on to Dr. McMullen's conversation is also the amount of tobacco consumed. So we know when product is expensive, that the way people consume product also changes. So when it's cheap and highly available, consumption patterns will also change. And so I guess the question we have to ask ourselves as a society is, how do we get around people who smoke and want to quit? What types of services do we provide in terms of cessation services? But what denormalisation can occur, including product access? There's been plenty of products that, when used as directed, are harmful in Australia that have come off the market before. We look at leaded petrol or sunbeds or asbestos. There are a whole range of things. So how do we as a society continue to sell a product that, when used as directed, kills people?
I think I'd add that as we look at measures that reduce the illicit trade of tobacco, we need to make sure that those policies and other measures don't undermine the public health goals of reducing smoking. And that's our concern about some of the excise cut suggestions that get put. The closest international example that we have is Canada, albeit 1994, but when they cut their tobacco excise by approximately 50% in a similar aim to reduce smuggling, they did short-term see an impact on the profitability of the illicit market, but they also saw a real decline, a shallowing of the decline of smoking rates. The provinces that had cut a tobacco excise had higher smoking rates than the provinces where they did not cut the excise. And they particularly, the cut in, the drop in cigarette prices was associated with higher rates of young adults starting to smoke. So there were significant public health impacts on the fiscal change to the legal tobacco trade market. And so that's why we're so strong in wanting to make sure that whatever we're doing to reduce illicit tobacco, which we must do, doesn't undermine our public health goals for the legal market. We'll continue to need robust financial and public health and other measures to reduce smoking rates across Australia.
So who benefits from an excise cut?
That's a great question. I think, to be honest, the communities that I serve ask the same question. So the question that the people that I service and support, who is actually benefiting? I think there's a challenge with addiction where you need to find product and other things, but there are obviously a lot of people that are profiting at the expense of the health and well-being of all Australians. And as you sort of mentioned before, there's obviously almost like a massive tobacco excise evasion scheme going on. Like the amount of taxes that are being avoided is being picked up by others is phenomenal. So I think if we're talking about enforcement, we have to look across the system about how we actually actively enforce this, but also understand that as we address these challenges, and we saw the same with vaping, we saw as legislation changed in each jurisdiction and across the country, that the market shifted, the way that products were sold or distributed shifted. And so because this is a profitable market, we have to expect as we reduce demand, as people quit and stay quit, as young people don't take it up, that the market, that industry will continue to adapt and will continue to sell their product in any way they can. I think the other piece that's really, we can learn from history on this one is the amount of inquiries that have taken place overseas where people have talked about, if we knew this product killed people, we'd stop selling it, we'd pull off the shelves immediately. We've known this product kills for over 75 years now and still we sell it. And so I think if we actually start to look at that and put the health and wellbeing of all Australians first, I think we actually have to question how much longer do we have to continue selling this product. We've seen places like the UK implement a smoke-free generation, nicotine-free generation. We saw Israel and New Zealand implement massive reforms in terms of looking at reducing the number of retail shops, implementing a nicotine-free generation, removing to non-addictive levels of tobacco products. I think we have a responsibility to future generations to leave this place in a better space, and that means learning from elders and those that have come before us. And they've taught us plenty about the industry and how they roll to adapt and continue to pushing a product that is so harmful. And just to speak about some of the work that we do, like when we look at how quickly reform's taken place, as you know, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people paid in rations of tobacco up until the late 60s, excluded from the education system, the cash economy, from lands, and these are all structural issues that put people at risk of tobacco use. And then to have an industry that has density and targets places where Indigenous people live, you can see the structural challenges around that. And so when the structures perpetuate harm, we need to have structural changes to address the harm. And this is where enforcement, regulation, the phasing out of tobacco products, things like nicotine-free generations are critical so that we can actually leave this world in a better place for all Australians.
Thank you. And I'm sure I'm running out of time. I'm probably going to get the wrap up from the chair in a second.
Last one.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if either of you have any data on the cost to taxpayers on any, hypothetical, or if you've done any modelling on incremental increases in the adult smoking rates in Australia, what the cost to taxpayers would be for that.
Sorry, I was looking at you, Dr. McMullen, if you wanted to have a go at that one first.
I was just seeing where the predominant cost to taxpayers is through the health impacts and the cost of preventable disease and hospital admissions. And I'm just trying to think, that is healthcare costs attributable to smoking are estimated at around $7.9 billion per year, which reflects expenditure on hospital care, medical services and medicines for smoking-related illnesses. Obviously, that doesn't take into account the social costs and productivity loss of these people affected by smoking-related lung disease. So it is a significant burden on our health system. Obviously, the tax that is collected through an excise could be reinvested into health promotion and prevention activities. The growth of an illicit trade minimises revenue. Of course, we and government have also said they don't want smoking rates to increase. They're not trying to drive revenue through an excise, but the siphoning of smokers to an illicit market further undermines further costs the Australian taxpayer, both through the loss of excise and the public health and cost to our health system.
Thanks, Dr. McMullen. I'll jump on the back of that as well and just mention that the social costs of the burden of tobacco is $155.4 billion in 2021. So the health and social costs to the country are phenomenal. And then just to sort of finish, I also just wanted to, if we're thinking about closing the gap and the cost to communities, thinking about lost knowledges, lost ways of knowing, being and doing, on average, people will die 10 years younger, those that smoke than don't smoke. So when we're talking about actually addressing the burden that communities are carrying from this addictive product that when used as directed kills, I think we have to really challenge that piece and really draw a line in the sand for where we're going and where we want to go as a society. Thanks for the question, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for their evidence so far today already. Can I ask you to speak to and to expand a little bit more, on what you've already contributed around the role of tobacco excise in the downward trend in smoking rates over the past decade or so? I know you've covered it a bit, but I think it'd be useful if you went a little bit deeper on the role that you see.
Thanks, Senator. I think realistically the tobacco tax excise is the cornerstone of Australia's tobacco control policy. I think we've shown for decades now that we need a suite of measures to address tobacco-related death and disease, and price is critical to that. As well as education, awareness, understanding how harmful, and it's not just that this product is harmful; it's the magnitude of harm that it is causing communities that is critical to this conversation. And so we know that both supply and demand reduction measures are required to address this. We know that the industry continues to adapt and evolve, and so we need to make sure that everyday Australians have information support to quit, stay quit, but importantly not to take up highly addictive products that are harmful. And so that means how do we foster an environment where you can grow up in Australia without having a nicotine addiction? How do you grow up so that by the age of 25 you haven't been smoking cigarettes or having vaping products? We've done some work across Australia around vaping products at various points, and the amount of communities that would ask me, well, why is it that there are so many tobacconists or vape stores popping up around schools? Like, how do we address that as a society, as a community? We don't want our children exposed to that. So how can we address that and move forward, noting while quitting is incredibly hard, it's much easier to not take up a product than it is to quit and stay quit.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And in terms of, is there anything that you would like to add to that, Dr. McMullen?
Other than to just reiterate that it's a suite of measures from a public health perspective that matter, both cost and the ongoing investment in education activities. When I see patients wanting to quit smoking, it's usually an equal balance of health factors driving them and, hey doc, it's costing too much. I can't afford to keep buying these, or it's having too much of an impact on the household budget. Similarly, now we're seeing it with vapes. There has been a significant increase in the illicit cost of vapes, which is driving some, anecdotal, I'm saying this from experience talking to patients, that they're finding it, vapes are now more expensive, so it's making them second guess it. So cost is a driver to change behaviours alongside other activities.
Absolutely. And I'm hearing that anecdotally as well. Would you be able to expand, again, we talked a bit already around the likely effect of reducing the tobacco excise, but I'm particularly interested in what you think the impact would be on communities in our population that are already seeing a differential negative health impact.
To put it plainly, most Australians don't smoke. Roughly most Australians who do smoke choose to buy their cigarettes through legal pathways. To do something, to make a regulatory change that makes those cheaper, flies in the face of decades of strong Australian tobacco control. From a public health perspective, we don't want to be creating regulatory change that makes it easier or more attractive to start smoking or continue smoking. So that is why, as public health groups and as doctors, we really strongly urge a public health lens to this management of the illicit tobacco trade, and making sure that we continue to have a strong regulatory environment that discourages the vast majority of Australians who do not smoke to stay off the smokes and not to introduce changes that would undermine those long-standing efforts.
And what have we seen? What can you tell us about the trajectory of the rate of smoking in Australia, and what you see the drivers as for that trajectory currently being, both in terms of rates of people who've not smoked before taking up smoking and those who are smokers quitting?
PHA may have more detailed data, but historically we have seen encouraging decreases in both the rates of new smokers and continued smokers. As I said in my opening remarks, we are keenly awaiting last year's household drug survey report, given that over the past few years, in the very recent short term, we are getting some concerning anecdotal feedback from various sectors about the rise in both illicit trade, but just smoking more generally. We're concerned that there is more depiction of smoking in television shows and movies than there has been in some time, that glamorisation of smoking has increased. And so we are keenly awaiting those results of the survey collected last year. We are concerned that there may be either a slowing of the decreases in smoking rates or potentially an uptick in smoking. But as I said, there isn't that result. We don't know that answer yet, other than anecdotal feedback as my colleagues and I in health, seeing more people. It seems as though we see more people who either smoke or use other nicotine products.
Yeah, I'll jump in there too. Thanks, Senator, for the question. I think we've seen, I know we've seen, and you can look at any of the robust surveys, we've seen significant declines in smoking prevalence since probably the 90s. And we've seen significant declines in various priority population groups, including among Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from about 2004-05. And then there's variation by sex and gender, and also by age groups. I also wanted to flag, and I know Dr McMullen spoke to the Canadian experience before with reducing tobacco tax excise, that a lot of Australia's success has been around people not taking up tobacco products. We've seen a massive shift in the denormalisation of it. We've seen not that long ago that you'd be able to smoke old Parliament House or on aeroplanes, in pubs and clubs around Australia, and that shift has meant that young people haven't been taking up products. In more recent times, and I think this is a bit where the next national data sets and robust data sets we sort of eagerly or wait with trepidation, I should say, to see what happens as those declines, the gradient tends to plateau a little bit. We know that young people are very price sensitive, and so when we talk about price, or when we look at reducing price, it also green lights that actually this product, there might be variations in this product. One of the things that we've heard from communities around Australia is if the government really cared, they would stop selling this product. They wouldn't take the profit from it. And we particularly heard that when New Zealand passed its legislation. But I say that because it also sends a message that actually we're okay with people smoking and dying. I think we've heard for a long time that actually all Australians want to live long, healthy, happy lives. We saw as we developed the National Lung Cancer Screening Guidelines, and I commend Australia for implementing that nationally from 1 July, that actually people who smoke and vape and have the challenge of nicotine addiction want to live long, healthy, happy lives, and they want to have lung cancer screening because they feel that the system has failed them. The system has allowed a product that is highly addictive to accumulate over a long time without any breaks, without being able to support them to quit smoking. And so I heard from hundreds of people across the country, and the only reason it was only hundreds was because we had limited time, saying that actually this is illicit, the healthcare system could screen me because it was for X, Y and Z reasons that, I was paid in rations of tobacco, I became addicted, I smoked this product for 40 years, I've been trying to quit, and now, I'm at high risk. So how do we as a society provide a system that actually supports people to quit, stay quit, but also have good health outcomes? Sorry, mate, you're on mute, Senator.
John, you're muted. And last question, and then I'll need to rotate the call.
Thanks very much. No, thank you for that. My last question to you is, because you've already addressed the question of who stands to potentially benefit from any decrease in the excise. Would you be able to go a bit deeper on what you've spoken about this afternoon around your recommendations to address the rise of illegal tobacco in Australia that don't threaten the progress we have made on smoking rates in Australia?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. I think in some ways, and this might sound a bit funny, in some ways the illicit trade is a success sign from public health. When public health drives tobacco use down, the market has to adapt to sell a product for profit. And so what we see is various components of the industry producing this product and it being disseminated in different ways. So actually what we need to do is absolutely accelerate the game. We need a more comprehensive approach. We need to, Australia's had a great history of demand side regulation and governance and implemented it fairly well. I think there are definitely areas for improvement in terms of national education, advertising campaigns to promote smoke-free behaviours. We're sort of starting to see that accelerate now. We've seen tax excise, we see cessation supports. We need NRT and other products made widely available. I know they're not necessarily available on the PBS, but there must be mechanisms to support people to quit. As well as things like a nicotine-free generation starting to have those real conversations so that everyday Australians know we care about their health and well-being and that actually the industry can't drive the conversation and shape how we see this product being used. So more of the same, comprehensive approach and absolutely more enforcement to address the supply side issues that we're continuing to see be flexible and adapting as the market changes.
Fantastic, thank you. That'll do me, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, thanks for your evidence. Can I just put on the record first that it particularly relates to questions from government senators about the rate of excise having an impact on the profitability of the illicit market. I think it'll have zero impact on the illicit market because they're two completely separate things. I mean, I think it's a complete diversion to try and use that as a rationale around anything to do with this debate. Dr. McMullen, you said a minute ago that most people are buying their tobacco through legal channels, yet when the market is now more than 60% illicit, how do you make that claim?
So I did say nearly most, so that yes, you're right, that at the moment there is data saying that there is a large illicit market closer to 60%. But that still leaves just above 40% of people buying their cigarettes through legal channels. And I think, and again, anecdotally, the patients I see, even those who are buying illicit tobacco cigarettes, do so largely at the moment through bricks and mortar existing retailers. I would argue that the vast majority of Australians don't want to actively participate in an illicit market, and it's at the moment quite hard to tell sometimes, other than by price point. And
you are correct. You say it's largely through illicit, through bricks and mortar. I'd like to challenge that claim because of evidence that I've seen, and admittedly it's in regional Australia, but it's pretty widespread, and I've travelled to quite a few communities around the traps. And neither of you have mentioned this element in your evidence so far, and that's the role of the government in transmitting illicit tobacco around the country through Australia Post. And I've received information from small rural towns, larger rural cities, through businesses who have both tobacco sales, illicit tobacco sales within their business and a post office franchise within their business. And they are seeing directly the impact of that, where hardly anyone goes to the legal tobacco counter anymore. They're all going to the post office counter to pick up their smokes coming through Australia Post. And it's my view, and Australia Post didn't argue with me when I spoke to them at estimates, that Australia Post is probably the biggest courier of illicit tobacco in the country. And yet, even the Commissioner's not talking to Australia Post with respect. So you talk about supply chains and understanding supply chains. Nobody's actually really looking at this properly in that sense, because Australia Post think it's a border force issue.
Yeah.
This stuff is being transmitted from within Australia through Australia Post. I've got a friend who owns a pharmacy. He has a whole new customer profile that he doesn't want in his pharmacy because his is a health business. I mean, I'm with you with respect to let's try and stamp out smoking. This is not an argument about whether or not we want to see smoking rates rise. This is about continuing the great success that this country's had in pushing down smoking rates. I think we need to make sure that that's clearly on the record, because we've done a great job. We've got one of the lowest smoking rates in the country, and your comments about culture, I think, are really important. But we're not actually doing the things that are going to make a difference in that sense. So how well do we understand the supply chains? If the biggest courier is a government GBE, which is absurd, you go onto any of the websites, get your Australia Post tracking number, and there are so many examples of this. How well do we understand the supply chains?
Well, I think I actually 100% agree with you. And so when I talk about supply chain, and when I mentioned in my opening statement also track and trace, this is just part of that suite. I think we have to understand from manufacture right through to distribution, whatever that distribution means. But, and so when I was trying to respond to the Senator's question about actually understanding the whole supply chain, regardless of licit, illicit, part of that is because if we actually fully understand the supply chain we're dealing with, and there's accountability at every point, because at the moment, as you mentioned, there isn't. We know that parts of the supply chain are pretty loose and there's no accountability there, and there's some areas that we don't know what's exactly happening, as you mentioned with Australia Post.
But the most popular illicit tobacco product in this country right now, Manchester, has no illicit supply chain into the country.
That's right, and so I think that's where we have to actually tighten the supply chain right from manufacture all the way through to dissemination, even if it's your local post office.
And organised crime are a part owner of the business now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how lucrative this industry has been in this country. I mean, it's close on $7 billion a year.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is a country where we've seen two major reforms in the tobacco vaping space in recent years. And as those major reforms occur, the market has to shift again. And I think what we've seen during COVID and after COVID was a massive shift to online sales, people working from home. The online environment changed completely in the blink of an eye in a way that society probably didn't fully understand. And so during that period, we saw vape stores pop up online, but also bricks and mortar stores pop up. And we heard about that across the country, urban, regional, remote locations, you name it, they did it. And it took governments and reform some time to respond to that market dynamic and to how quickly they change, but we are seeing shifts in vaping product availability now. And I think from that, industry and people who are there to profit from this product also took some lessons. And I think part of that lesson is they could open up bricks and mortar stores knowing that there'd be at least a 12-year opportunity for them to sell product with not many implications, and then similarly with online stores. So these are all challenges that we can expect, I think, as a highly profitable sector in nicotine addiction. But there are answers to it, and we have those solutions. It's just about implementing them effectively and efficiently, recognising not only the financial costs, but the health costs and other things. And I think you sort of mentioned that, and I know you've spoken to Australia Post about the cost, to implementing a better track trace process so that they know what's in their products. I think as a government and as others, we need to think about how urgent this is, given that, in this hour, 2 or 3 people will pass away. So how do we actually stop that?
So just to you personally and the evidence that you've given today, I mean, your view would be that we should just effectively ban smokes or tobacco?
I think we need a coordinated approach that is structured so that we can phase out the sale of tobacco products. Okay. I think, and I say that knowing that there are youth and young people across this country that have told us, and this is without doing any work necessarily in this space, that they say they don't want to grow up to be living, smoking, vaping, having anxiety, going through nicotine addiction and dying, given that they've seen that happen to their uncles and aunties. So how do we protect them or foster a space where nicotine addiction isn't so easily available?
So just to switch tack completely at the moment, in terms of the work that's being done on enforcement, how effective do you see that as being at the moment? And it's a question to both of you, if you could answer, please.
I'm happy to jump in first. I think to your earlier question, you are right that our submission focuses predominantly on bricks and mortar enforcement activities, but we are concerned by the rise in e-commerce and do think there needs to be more assessment and management of the e-commerce risks in the illicit tobacco and other nicotine product trades. In terms of the current effectiveness of enforcement, we are concerned that the penalties that currently exist are inadequate to disincentivise organised crime from continuing to play the game. Again, there is difference across the country. A lot of this is state-based, but in many jurisdictions, the length of closures, the degree of fines are not of a proportionate nature or a significant enough nature to disincentivise them reopening another business in a moment's notice or just diverting to another arm of their business. So we do think there does need to be more significant enforcement, but particularly more coordinated enforcement and more harmonisation of both the frameworks, licensing frameworks, enforcement activities across agencies and across jurisdictions.
Yeah, not much more to add except that, there are jurisdictions that are doing better than others and there's things that we can learn from that. So I think in terms of the enforcement, as Dr McMullen mentioned, there are a range of things we can do better. I think South Australia and Queensland have probably led some of those reforms. But again, we as they implement reforms and as closure orders come in or landlord rights and other things come into play, and the industry again adapts, we need to step up and get on the front foot there. And then the other piece, and I know both Dr McMullen and myself mentioned nationally consistent approaches. I think that will also help with enforcement as well.
I mean, the whole thing from a criminal perspective is a risk-reward ratio, isn't it? I mean, it's human behaviour in a black market, effectively. That's what's going on. And so flipping the risk-reward ratio has to be a part of that broader discussion or regulatory framework in terms of the whole show.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The wastewater information that came out last week showed a 4% increase, roughly nationally, in tobacco incidents in the wastewater. So the question is whether it's people smoking more because they've got access to cheaper smokes or whether there's more people smoking. So that question remains up in the air. Do you have any information or assessment of that data?
Not necessarily. I know some of the early indicators are that it has increased. There has been some increased consumption. Still, as both Dr McMullen and I mentioned, waiting on some robust data around unpacking what that actually looks like. And so part of the work that we do is looking at a suite of indicators. So yes, we look at prevalence, we look at consumption, we look at different buying patterns, things like that. But I think, all of these are important indicators to monitor, but they provide a larger picture. And we need to make sure that we're looking at all the indicators to try and understand what success looks like.
Dr McMullen?
I must say I wasn't aware of that recent report, and we don't have any further information as to whether, as you say, which of those issues, whether it's increased consumption or increased number of smokers that may be driving that increase in wastewater supply.
I mean, the whole point of this exercise is to try and stamp out the illicit market. That's the point of this conversation that we're having. And so there has to be a whole range of different measures that go into it. And so supporting the contention, reality, I suppose is probably a better word, that price is one of the key indicators for giving up smoking. How do we maintain that or manage that when more than 60% of the cigarettes being consumed or tobacco being consumed in the country isn't subject to that? How do we manage that balance? And I seriously understand your desire to maintain that. I don't disagree with it. It's clearly an indicator. It's been shown to be over a period of time, but there are price points in markets where things start to flip, and my concern is that we've flipped one of those in respect of what's happening at the moment. And,
in our mind, sorry.
Yeah, and so I'm genuinely interested in how price, as one of the broad suite of measures, because we're not talking about doing just one thing here, we're talking about a whole range of things, which is why I asked you about enforcement as well, and the level of enforcement and how that's working. But how price, which is one of the drivers, clearly one of the drivers of the illicit market, how do we look at that matter without looking at excise?
I think by reducing the size of the illicit market. So the excise, as we've said before, we are not, as public health groups, we're not convinced that addressing the excise will impact on the illicit market. You just end up with two cheap markets and a growth in smoking. The way to address the growth in the illicit market.
Can I just stop you there? So have you done any research about price points in the markets where things start to flip? This is a question I tried to get out of the Commissioner earlier, the Cigarette Commissioner, because I think it's an important point to understand, and I don't claim to know where it sits. I'm not objecting to a high price of smokes. Don't get that right. But I'm trying to work out where an inflection point is. And going back to 1994 in Canada really isn't realistic, because there are a whole range of other things that might or might not have happened in Canada 30 years ago. I mean, I don't think you can make that comparison in today's circumstance. And I mean, there wasn't an online market 30 years ago in Canada, and some of the evidence coming out of Canada said it did have an impact on the illicit market. It might have increased legal smoking, which is not an effect we want to have. So completely different circumstances, and an inflection point or tipping point in the market is something that I believe we might have seen going back or over the last 2 or 3 years.
We haven't done modelling on that, but it is well, I think, accepted amongst public health groups that even if there was zero tobacco excise, illicit tobacco would still be significantly cheaper than legal tobacco supply. And as you mentioned, there are other factors that drive behaviour: convenience of delivery models, availability, how accessible and available a product is. And that's why our solutions are not just not on price. It's about a regulatory environment around both the illicit supply and controls on the illicit tobacco supply to standardise sort of availability of legal tobacco. There should, I agree with you, be more work on the e-commerce space around how do we ensure that people can't just, 10 o'clock at night order a giant carton of cigarettes and have them delivered within 2 hours. We've seen similar challenges in the alcohol supply industry and had to put in regulatory frameworks there around how to control the e-commerce environment for alcohol, and there's probably lessons to be learned. Having said that, it's an illicit trade. So I come back to my original point: reducing the proportion of the market that's the illicit trade needs to be about reducing the illicit market. And what regulatory, law enforcement and other metrics can we put in mechanisms can we put in place to shrink that market, put pressure on that market, so that government does regain control about the supply and distribution of tobacco in this country?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. McMullen. I'll add to that as well in that it's really important that sometimes when we start talking about percentages and other things, we lose sight of the actual bigger picture, which is also the absolute numbers. And so when we're talking about 60% of the market, we're talking about 5% of the population that are engaged in illicit products. So if we shift things, then...
It's still a $7 billion market.
Oh, yeah, so I think there's... The reason I say this is I think we've got to look at different indicators as well to try and get an understanding of the actual challenge we have. So we have 95% of people that are currently law-abiding, either not smoking or smoking product that is legal. And then we have 5% that are currently having challenges with nicotine addiction that probably want to quit and wish they never took it up. So how do we support them to quit and stay quit, I think, is really important. How do we make sure that we have appropriate measures and mechanisms in place, including, as you say, like the supply chain aspects with delivery and other things, so that isn't a growing market. I think that's really important that we understand that, and we are not just about changing the price point. I think a good metaphor around this is schools' speeding zones. So we know that there are thousands of speeding fines every year. We know in the ACT, in school zones, there are thousands of speeding fines in school zones. The solution isn't to bump it up from 40 kilometres an hour to 80 so that we have a completely illicit market.
Speeding's not addictive. Well,
that's right. So speeding's not addictive, but we do care for our community members, and we have speeding zones because
I think we're on the same
care.
page here in that sense. I mean, as I said earlier, we've had great success in this space.
Yeah.
We're talking about stamping out an illicit market, and it's not just one element of it. That's why we're asking these questions, and we're not trying to undermine anything that's occurred in terms of the illicit market, the smoking rates.
Yeah.
Because I think we've changed the culture a lot in that sense. If I travel overseas, I find it really strange because of the different smoking with respect to culture with respect to smoking. Doesn't matter where I go. So we're a huge success story in that sense, and we need to maintain it. The issue we're trying to deal with here is stamping out a $7 billion organised crime market and using all of the tools that we have to do that.
And I don't think we've used all the tools, right? And part of it is also that it is a $7 billion market. So when we're, as a public health sector, essentially running off the money from an oily rag, in comparison to that, the tools that they have available are phenomenal. So when I think about and we go, sometimes we have to look backwards to think about where we're going to go.
That's a very good point you make.
and it's not a ratchet system. So we can go both directions, like smoking prevalence can increase. And we see that with vaping and other products. So when I look back and think about all these things that are impossible until they're implemented, when I look at the way the industry has also adapted, so the industry was among the first to advertise on television when television came in, and radio before that. Now we have them advertising on Meta and other products, other social platforms. So we know that when the profit margins and the absolute resources that they have dwarf those of many countries, that they can be adaptive and adjust. The things they don't have are, love communities, the systems that you guys have here in the Parliament, some of those things. And so for us, it's about the system. How do we actually have a system that supports and fosters a safe, healthy environment, including from manufacture through to bringing into the country and then dissemination throughout communities. And if we can tighten all of those levers, the shipping, the distribution networks, those pathways, and we know it can be done because they do it with things like pharmaceuticals or guns or a whole range of products, blood products if you're looking at things in hospitals. There's no way that we're as loose with those products in terms of regulation and shipping them around the country as we are with these products.
I'm curious that you see that tobacco companies themselves are part of this. When this is the market being driven by organised crime. I mean, the complication in that sense is that you have some licit and some illicit, and you say comes in and out of the illicit market. And yet, as I indicated before, the tobacco of choice in this country, which is Manchester, has no legal pathway into this country. It's not traded here. It's not a product that has traditionally been a part of this market. I mean, one of the only good things coming out of the Middle East is that that's where the stuff is coming from, and it's been restricted by the current conflict.
Yeah, I think things like plain packaging make it really easy to understand where products are meant to go. Yep. Something like 93 countries have really tight regulations on packaging, so we know that when products are manufactured, we should, in theory, know where they're destined to end up. And this is where, when I'm talking about supply chain, or even if you wanted to talk about the tobacco industry there, and I note, I'm not sure what sort of the definition of tobacco industry we're talking about here. But if you're looking at people that profit from the product, there are a whole range of actors from farming, manufacture, dissemination to countries and then throughout countries. So it's an incredibly complex ecosystem where people profit. And as we've heard this morning, we know that some retailers will be selling both cheap cigarettes and regulated products. So I think there is a very grey area between what people are selling as licit and illicit in terms of that. So, in that instance, you might have a retailer that is absolutely abiding by the law in selling their regulated product in plain packaging, all those things, but they might also be selling cheap cigarettes. So I think being conscious of the full supply chain and how that operates is really important in understanding why we have these challenges.
Yep, fair point. Thanks, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I just have one question just before we finish up this session. So does the Australian Medical Association undertake any research into the health and wellbeing impacts of serious and organised crime?
Not specifically, no. We rely on research undertaken by others to form our policies.
Do you take those into account then when you are formulating policies? I'm just trying to see that trade-off of there are health impacts of serious and organised crime, and how do we trade that off with tobacco use in your policy settings? Are you trading those two off?
So I'm not sure if I understand your question, but essentially, so our policy framework is largely based, with regards to the impacts of tobacco, is largely related to the tobacco-related tobacco-related health impacts.
Yep.
And then for the purposes of this inquiry, we've considered the illicit tobacco market, recognising that a large proportion of that is related to organised crime.
Okay. But I guess the question is there are always trade-offs in things, and I think the evidence here has been, people shouldn't be smoking at all for health reasons, but that's sort of fine. There are illegal markets and people are going to, but what does that trade-off mean when we do have serious organised crime and there are health implications to that as well? So I'm just seeing whether your policy is looking at that. It sounds like it's not, that you're looking at them separately. So
we generally would look at the overall harms of smoking, regardless of the source of those cigarettes. But having said that, as I've said throughout, we are concerned that we do think it is still possible to squeeze the illicit market without generating a significant increase in the attractiveness of the legal supply of smoking and cigarettes in general.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you both for giving evidence to the committee today. We have agreed that answers to questions on notice, if you have taken any, should be returned by close of business on Monday the 18th of May. But thank you both very much. You are both released, and we will suspend for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Excellent. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Council on Smoking and Health, the National Heart Foundation, Cancer Council Australia and the Lung Foundation. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start at this end and we'll work our way down.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Mark Brooke and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Lung Foundation Australia.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Laura Hunter. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Council on Smoking and Health.
I'm Gary Jennings. I'm Chief Medical Advisor for the National Heart Foundation.
Jacinta Redden. I'm the Chief Executive, Cancer Council Australia.
Anita Desai. I'm the Director of Cancer Prevention and Advocacy at Cancer Council New South Wales.
I'm Michelle Scolo, Senior Advisor, Tobacco Cancer Council Victoria, here representing Cancer Council Australia.
Fantastic, thank you. And do any of you have opening statements that you would like to make? Yes, again, I think we might start at this end and we'll sort of work our way down. So commence when you are ready.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Lung Foundation, just acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngangari people here in Canberra and pay our respects to elders past and present. Lung Foundation is the health peak advisory body to the Australian Government on lung health matters, including the National Prevention Strategy and the National Tobacco Strategy. I'd like to declare before I provide this opening statement that Lung Foundation Australia, whilst it receives national and state funding, does not receive any funding from tobacco, vaping or associated actors or entities. It's incredibly important to the Lung Foundation and others here today that the World Health Organisation's framework on the Convention of Tobacco Control, Article 5.3, is observed during this hearing. It is somewhat distressing, to be honest, to understand that potentially tobacco companies might be appearing alongside us. Last year, the World Health Organisation released its first ever lung health resolution and identified tobacco use, both smoking and vaping, as the leading cause of preventable death, not just globally, but as you know, here in Australia. 66 Australians will lose their lives today due to smoking-related illness, and in lung disease, sadly, we are 2 of the top 5 leading causes of death for all Australians: lung cancer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or you might know that as emphysema, costs $24.98 billion to the Australian economy every year. You've heard much from the Commissioner and others today, so I won't go into the overall health impacts because I know you're behind time. But I just make the point that international evidence underscores the need for decisive action on illicit and legal tobacco. Policy decisions, one would regard as an own goal in the United Kingdom, showed that a regulated vaping approach increased the number of young people vaping and then transitioning in traditional tobacco products. It might surprise you to know that in the United Kingdom at the moment, young people as young as 11 years of age are attending nicotine cessation programs. At the same time, we saw last week the United Kingdom take a bipartisan approach to implement a tobacco-free generation policy, and I stress a bipartisan approach, to effectively increase the retail sale age so that these products never harm another generation. But illicit tobacco and cheap smokes will keep pace with any reduction in excise. And as a workshop with Year 10 economic students last week confirmed to me, a reduction in the tobacco excise would achieve X, Y or Z. They clearly enunciated the problem. It would make it cheaper. We would smoke. We would like to take that up. And they didn't think that the bikies, inverted commas, would reduce their prices because the government did. It's really important that this not just look at illicit tobacco, but also legally available tobacco. And as potentially this conversation seems to wander between the two, we need to look at the behaviour of tobacco companies should they appear today. So I'm a huge Ferrari fan, and you might notice that Ferrari has just signed a major commercial sponsorship with Philip Morris to promote new nicotine pouches on their F1 car next year. Will Australia allow Ferrari to appear in the Formula One, knowing that it's advertising a product that is addictive? This Senate committee has an opportunity to take bold reform for Australia's lung health, and we encourage it to do so. But we recognise at the Lung Foundation that this is a highly complex criminal element that is literally taking advantage of Australia's 40 to 50 year win on tobacco. And we encourage the committee to think sensibly about all enforcement measures. My own personal experience was we campaigned against a tobacconist in Lutwyche, Queensland, that was selling illegal products. It was closed for 3 months. It reopened, continued to sell, and then it was permanently shut down under the Queensland provisions. And you should look at the Queensland legislation as being some of the best in the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators. Thanks for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to also begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we're on today and pay my respects to Elders past and present. I am here today on behalf of the Australian Council on Smoking and Health, ACOSH. We are Australia's leading tobacco control advocacy organisation, representing 31 organisations across this country. In line with our recommendation for transparency of funding, I'd like to declare that ACOSH has never provided nor received services, assistance or support directly or indirectly from the tobacco, vaping or nicotine industries. Australia is a party to the World Health Organisation's Framework Convention for Tobacco Control, including Article 5.3, which requires governments to protect public health policy from the commercial and vested interests of the tobacco industry. In that context, we are incredibly concerned that individuals and organisations with links to tobacco industry have been invited to participate in this inquiry. In fact, I saw some of the members of the industry in the hallways outside this room just before. We absolutely recognise the committee may wish to hear from a range of stakeholders, but the tobacco industry is not a neutral stakeholder. It is a commercial actor whose profits depend on the continued sale of a product that kills 66 Australians every day and whose interests are directly affected by the outcomes of this inquiry. The issue is not whether the industry has a perspective, it's whether that perspective should be given legitimacy in an inquiry that directly affects public health outcomes. Because at its core, this inquiry is about reducing harm and preventing deaths, and the inclusion of the tobacco industry in processes of this kind does not strengthen decision-making, it compromises it. And this is exactly why Article 5.3 exists. I also want to touch on how we got here. So there has been some discussion and debate about this today. The illicit tobacco trade doesn't exist in isolation. It is a very predictable outcome of a system where a highly addictive product is widely available and actively supplied. We're not born needing nicotine. Demand is created and sustained over time, including through industry practices and environments where these products are normalised and accessible. And it's not just demand driving this, supply is also creating the demand. When tobacco is available across 40,000 outlets, it reinforces use and makes addiction easier to sustain. What we're seeing there is a feedback loop. Supply sustains demand and demand sustains supply across both legal and illicit markets. The tobacco industry may not be running the illicit market, but it sits at the centre of that system because it creates and sustains the demand that all supply responds to. And this is where we have policy incoherence. We're trying to reduce smoking on one hand while continuing to allow widespread retail availability on the other. That oversupply makes enforcement harder, it sustains demand, and it creates the conditions in which the illicit trade can thrive. Our submission sets out a number of key practical reforms required to address this issue nationally, and we'd welcome the opportunity to talk through those. We have also, ACOSH has released a national illicit tobacco league table ladder, assessing how jurisdictions are performing against some best practice regulatory measures. I'm happy to talk to those as well. And in the interest of time, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I speak to the committee on behalf of the National Heart Foundation of Australia, and this issue, tobacco control, has been core to the purpose and mission of the foundation for many years. We've been on the journey from an era when we would have all had ashtrays on our tables to one which we've now got less than 10% or around 10% of the community smoking. And like the Lung Foundation, we've received no funding from the tobacco industry, and certainly recognise the importance of WHO Section 5.3. Cheap, unregulated supply, of course, increases uptake and makes it harder to stop smoking. So I think we're all in agreement that this is something that needs to be addressed. From a cardiovascular point of view, nicotine increases heart rate and blood pressure, it damages arteries, and the teenager who is addicted to nicotine at that age becomes the adult who loses a leg or a foot or has a heart attack at far too young an age, or many of the other health consequences of tobacco. So what we would call today's crime problem is tomorrow's health disaster if this is not addressed, and I think you've heard plenty of that from other speakers this morning. Our recommendations very much align with what you've already heard from the Public Health Association, the Heart Association, the previous speakers. That is, we need to keep our therapeutic pathways safe. We need them to be clinically supervised. We need to shut down the illicit retail supply, and we need to stick to the methods which are evidence-based and have been successful to date. And that includes the price indicators. There's no trade-off from our point of view between enforcement and health. And I've talked about the fact that we already have enough to do as health professionals dealing with the problems associated with legal tobacco, let alone this initial burden which is going to reach us in the future if we don't address this problem. And in the interests of time, I'll shorten my presentation and hand to the Cancer Council.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to share with my colleagues acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the lands on which we are joining today, the Ngunnawal people, and pay respects to elders past and present, and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander colleagues here today. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. I'm joined by Dr Michelle Scolo, AM, Senior Tobacco Advisor at Cancer Council Victoria and a preeminent expert in tobacco control, having begun her decades-long career as Director of the Quit Campaign Victoria in the late 1980s. She's a broad knowledge across tobacco control in Australia, as well as deep research expertise in quantifying illicit tobacco trade. So can bring a lot of knowledge to bear in some of the questions that the committee's been asking earlier. I'm also joined by Anita Desai, Director Cancer Prevention Advocacy at Cancer Council New South Wales and Chair of Cancer Council's Public Health Committee. Anita brings deep experience in public health with more than 15 years in the New South Wales health system, delivering strategies that promote and improve the health and welfare of Australians. Before I go further into our opening statement, I would like to raise an important matter that has been referred to by my colleagues, and that is that Australia is a signatory to the World Health Organisation Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Article 5.3 of the Convention requires that governments, including Parliament, shield public health policy from the vested interests of the tobacco industry and its affiliates. This Article 5.3 makes it clear that industry has no role to play in developing or determining tobacco control policy. To uphold that obligation, we respectfully request that any witness appearing before this committee declare any interest, either direct or indirect conflicts of interest relating to support from entities involved in tobacco production, distribution or sale. We have no conflicts of interest to declare. Cancer Council has a long, proud and well-established history in tobacco control policy and advocacy in Australia. Our mission is a cancer-free future to prevent cancer and to save lives. tobacco smoking is the leading preventable risk factor for cancer. For 4 decades, Australia has been a world leader in addressing nicotine addiction and saving lives through evidence-based and comprehensive tobacco policies. These efforts have seen our smoking rates reduce dramatically from 35% in 1983 to among the lowest in the world today. In 2001, the prevalence of Australians who regularly smoked was just over 22%. Today, that number is less than 10%, which means that more than 90% of Australians do not smoke. Council Council supports the commitment in the National Tobacco Strategy and National Preventive Health Strategy to reducing daily tobacco use to below 5% by 2030. However, easy access to cheap, illegal tobacco risks making smoking and vaping more accessible, more affordable, which in turn increases smoking uptake by young people and makes it harder for people to quit and widens the socio-economic gap in tobacco use. All tobacco products, whether sold in the regulated market or illicit, cause harm. Tobacco smoking causes the death of 2 out of every 3 people who use tobacco long term, killing 66 Australians each day. 2/3 of people who smoke say they intend to quit, and all but 10% say they would be persuaded to try and quit with the right encouragement. Tobacco smoking is a significant economic and social cost on Australia's health system and the wider community at an estimated $155.4 billion in 2020-2021. Tobacco is a multifaceted issue that requires a comprehensive, evidence-based approach. Australia's National Tobacco Strategy is just that approach and includes legislative measures such as stronger licensing and enforcement action, supporting research, public education campaigns, community engagement, prevention programs and cessation support services. As outlined in our submission that you have before you, to effectively counter illicit tobacco, Cancer Council Australia recommends 5 essential and complementary actions. 1. Strengthening all points of the tobacco supply chain. 2. Implementing laws to prohibit or restrict the installation and use of private ATMs at tobacco retailing premises to reduce potential money laundering. 3. Encouraging states and territories to establish and exceed nationally agreed minimum standards for licensing of tobacco wholesalers and retailers, and for the adoption of robust compliance monitoring. And sustained funding for well-resourced inspection workforce, as well as regulatory and enforcement powers. 4. Improving cessation support to reduce demand for tobacco products. And 5. Addressing the illegal retail sale of non-therapeutic vaping goods and oral nicotine pouches. So to conclude, Australia's tobacco control policy saves lives. We must continue to support our most vulnerable Australians who are disproportionately impacted by tobacco use. We must continue to support people to quit. We must put the health of all Australians first and protect future generations from the harms of tobacco and nicotine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening statements. I might just start with a few questions before I share the call with colleagues. And it's certainly, I think, it is a noble goal to have Australians not smoking and certainly not dying from the impact that those harms have. In terms of the statistics you were just giving, Ms. Redden, and for less than 10% of Australians to be smoking, are you measuring the illicit market in those statistics?
I might invite Michelle to speak to that.
Certainly the National Drug Strategy Household Survey that a number of people have talked about today does ask about the use of illicit tobacco or tobacco products that have strong indicators that they are illicit. So that is being recorded in those surveys.
Excellent. I think, and this is sort of going, Mr. Brooks, you mentioned you were working with some Year 10 students who said, yep, if it was cheaper, we would smoke more. Is that not what we're seeing in the illicit market?
Very much so. I think over the last 5 years, as pressures on household budgets have occurred, people have looked for the cheapest possible option. To quote Kerry Packer, they'd be mad if they didn't. Absolutely, I would imagine there would be pressures on household budgets. People that we talk to at the Lung Foundation are very clearly indicating to us that they have a whole range of pressures, and when presented with an option that is significantly cheaper, that's the option they're going to pick. It didn't take a group of Year 10 economics students to work it out.
In terms of some of those nicotine products like vaping, we've seen those numbers go through the roof, tripling, and I think in some surveys it's as high as 20% of people from 14 and up have tried vaping. So I guess collectively you've all been quite clear that excise settings shouldn't be adjusted, and that regulation of lower risk alternatives shouldn't be expanded. But when we've lost control over the tobacco and nicotine markets, what does success look like under your approach? And how can we realistically achieve that?
I think there's a range. It's a tapestry, Chair. It's not simply a matter of excise versus reduction. It's a tapestry of public health initiatives that have made Australia successful, whether that includes advertising, whether that includes public smoke and vape-free places, whether that includes education for young people, or whether that includes the access to nicotine replacement therapy. During COVID, we had a telehealth model that allowed people to be able to do that. That is no longer there. We have seen in communities where there is availability of NRT and it's provided free, that people are more amenable to smoke. But I think the other question you have is, what does success look like? And we have to be realistic that getting down to zero is not the target, but getting down to 5%, as we've said in the National Tobacco Strategy, is virtually elimination. But the other point, and I think my colleague Laura makes it very well, is that we have to reduce the fact that you can walk past nearly every available outlet in Australia and find tobacco. That it is insidious in the way in which we see that. Not the least of which, if you watch any Netflix show at the moment, to watch people smoking or vaping as a normalisation. It's all part of the industry tactics to keep people addicted. The product called Zyn being advertised on the side of an F1 Ferrari is a clear indication that people are finding ways to get you interested in a product, whether it's legal or illicit.
And I guess in terms of that illicit, and we've heard evidence in terms of how retailers, people having, being addicts, having to walk past retailers, which can be really difficult. We've also heard evidence that there is a huge network using domestic postal services, so it's not just going into bricks and mortar retail anymore, and there's a lot more people who shop online. That's been normalised. So I guess, how do we address that as well? Because it's not just, we've got this whole, and now we're hearing that up to 60% of people are actually getting their tobacco or nicotine products from the illicit market.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
Sorry. We do have someone, again, I'll invite Dr. Scholar to speak to that, but there's also evidence that people are reluctant to actually hand over their credit card details and information to purchase online, so that is a deterrent. But perhaps, Michelle, I'll invite you to speak to that.
The data from the National Drug Strategy Household Survey suggests that, at least at that point, while quite a high percentage of people were buying nicotine vapes online, the number buying tobacco was quite small. It does seem to have, it's likely that it has increased since that time of the survey, and it's probably worse in a place like Tasmania, where there are a smaller number of retailers in any given town.
Or post office anywhere, or post office franchise anywhere, and ask them about the amount of tobacco coming through. I've been all over the country in the since we spoke, and I ask the question as a matter of course now, and I just go to visit the post office to see how they're going because I've done stuff.
which demonstrates how nimble these kind of operators are, and the need for the government to be working quite quickly to try and get ahead. It takes such a long time to achieve legislative change, particularly at the state level. So it's very important that we're looking at not just what's happening now or what happened, you know, when we had the last survey 2 or 3 years ago, but to be anticipating the kind of problems that are arising. As far as online sales, we do have a model in South Australia where online sales are banned in that state, and I would imagine that that should be regarded as best practice across the states and territories, and would make the task of enforcing legislation against that kind of provision easier.
Yep. Sorry, did you...
Chair, if I could respond to your question that you had in relation to what success looks like.
Yes. I
think we need to look at jurisdictions that are doing incredibly well in this space, and that is Queensland and South Australia. So there's no white flag in our armour. This is an issue we can absolutely tackle. An effective response from our perspective would be coordinated and comprehensive approaches that look at strengthening supply chain controls, strengthening enforcement, and looking at demand reduction together. You know, we've spoken a lot about Australia Post and that provision of, you know, that access. I think that we would obviously support stronger reform in that space, but I would say that the root cause of that issue is the fact that we don't have complete control over the tobacco supply chain across all jurisdictions, all government jurisdictions, and we absolutely need that. So we need to tighten controls.
You don't have control against organised crime. I mean, I think we're here. Oh, sorry, Chair, but we're here on a unity ticket on this. We want to reduce. No one's arguing with any of you with respect to the health issues we're dealing with here. The whole point of this exercise is how we kill off an illicit trade in this country, which is, I think, undoing our good work. That's the point. That's why we're here.
Absolutely. I'd say that we need to tackle illicit tobacco, but you can't solve it in isolation of the illicit trade either. So we find illicit trade is a symptom of a broader it's a symptom of a broader system. If the legal market remains large, widely accessible across 40,000 retailers and lightly regulated, it'll continue to sustain demand and provide cover for illicit supply. So we need to make sure that any approaches and any recommendations from this committee don't focus
but 60% of people aren't, more than 60% of the market aren't going there anymore. I mean, this is the problem with your argument. I've been inside a major distribution centre for one of the major retailers. I've been inside. They have an area that's probably 4 times as big as this room, specifically dedicated to cigarettes because it's a secure product they have to secure as part of their supply chain. It's empty. It's empty. Nobody's going there anymore. This is what the small retailers are complaining, and this is the difficulty in that conversation. You know, they're losing market. They're losing market. They're losing market. In my view, that's a good thing if people are stopping smoking. So they come to me to complain about the market dropping, and if it's a function of people stopping smoking, I'm sorry, too bad. That's what we want to continue to happen. We're looking to drive down your market. The problem is it's coming out in a bulge over here. That's what we're trying to deal with. So I think the conspiracy of the big tobacco stuff isn't working for you in this argument because people aren't going there anymore. They're going to organised crime, and it's costing the country $10 billion a year in excise and created a $7 billion a year illicit market, which is what this exercise is about. It's not about trying to undo anything that you guys have done, because what we've done here is a huge success internationally. But it's all of those things continuing to do all that sort of stuff. But what aren't we doing that we should be doing?
So, Senator, sorry, if I don't, I wouldn't use the term conspiracy of big tobacco because they've demonstrated their conduct over 50 years of deceit. Yeah,
I don't argue with you.
Yeah, I know we're singing from the same hymn sheet in that regard. I think what we're suggesting is that in addition to a public health issue, this is also a law and order issue.
Absolutely.
And as a law and order issue, it will require different levers, and the two are complementary. If we can convince more Australians to stop smoking both illicit and legal tobacco products or nicotine products, and we can clamp down on the illicit, whether it's, as you say, through a warehouse where people are stuffing them into satchels and sending them into rural and remote post offices or suburban, or delivering them in vans. The system...
I could take you to 6 post offices in a day.
Yeah.
And show you that spread.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I think the argument, the Dickensian argument in this sometimes is that the model is adapting quicker than the system responding to it. It is,
or even looking.
It is an Uber and a taxi, and we need to be able to respond quicker with law enforcement. Now, I'm a former police officer with 13 years of experience in frontline policing. I can tell you that organised crime is insidious across multiple sectors. And whether that's crime track, or whether that's the removal of ATMs, or the disposal of products publicly, or indeed, the potential naming and shaming of tobacconists or other retail outlets that continue to do something that they shouldn't be doing. All of those should be put on the table. We're not Pollyannas about this. We're not suggesting it's just a public health issue. There actually has to be a law and order issue. And where we see that happening in places like Queensland and South Australia, and more lately in places like West Australia, there is a disruption happening. But it's too early to say whether that disruption will actually have an impact.
And just to follow up on your comment, Senator, in relation to the tobacco industry, what we're seeing play out is the tobacco industry using this illicit trade issue as a way to call for tax cuts and bigger profits for them, and that's what a tax cut will do. So you need to look at playing out this whole story of cutting the tax. So you have an illicit tobacco product, $10 you can purchase this for down the road. You also have a licit product and a regulated product, $58. If you cut the tax, for example, if you cut it by 50%, this product still sits at $30. So actually using the narrative of cut the tax, there is a sweet spot, is actually, it's a big part of the problem. It puts tobacco industry centre in this issue, and they are using that to advocate for bigger profits.
This is the problem with the argument. Nobody's talking... I'm not interested in the tobacco industry. Okay. I want to see them in the same place you want to see them, right?
Okay, good.
I'm interested in trying to stamp out organised crime, and I'm trying to change the risk-reward ratio for organised crime. That's what that's why I'm sitting here today. And so that's the point. And... we're talking about using all of the levers to do that, and you're talking about not using some of the levers, which is what I have a problem with, because some of the levers are actually driving this. They are a driver of this. And if we're not going to use those levers, then I don't think we're going to succeed in the conversation, because I don't think we'll police our way out of this. Sorry, Chair, I've completely taken over your...
exactly the same line of questioning, and I guess that's sort of the point is we've been very successful in Australia, and we obviously had a sweet spot that we reached because this is something that has happened in sort of more recent years, and I'd be really interested to see where the statistics in terms of the number of Australians that are smoking, whether that is a couple of years old or whether that is current as of 2026, because we've heard evidence of increased nicotine detected in wastewater across the country and in some quite high percentages. So we've clearly, and I think Australia should be very proud of itself in terms of, I think it had the settings right at one point. And I guess this is where Senator Colbeck, we're sort of on the same page in that at some point we have gone wrong and we have opened up a whole illicit market that over 60%, and that could be underestimated, we're still not quite sure, have moved to that market. So if we're going to talk about not using everything we've got in our toolbox, it becomes very difficult to address the public health and the organised crime aspect of it. So at what point, I guess, what evidence do you need, I guess, as a body to conclude that, there is a different approach to this whole issue that's going to need to be looked at?
Can I perhaps just start by answering the first question, which is around current data as it relates to smoking prevalence. And that is obviously something that we're all concerned about with respect to the threat that illicit tobacco poses to the 90% of Australians who do not smoke, and the hard-fought gains in reducing smoking across the community. And again, to provide jurisdictional context from a New South Wales point of view, we're very fortunate to have the New South Wales Health Department does have the New South Wales Population Health Survey. So they are collecting prevalence data on an annual basis. I have checked in regarding current data, and we're hoping to see the actual figures released in the next couple of weeks or months. But smoking prevalence remains stable. So the good news is it's not going up. Would we like it to keep going down? Absolutely.
How does that work with what we're finding in trace water? So that doesn't...
Do you want to talk to that, Michelle?
There's a lot of confusion about wastewater. What the current reports report on is the level of cotinine in the wastewater, which is a byproduct of any nicotine product. So it's a byproduct of tobacco smoking, of use of vapes, of use of nicotine replacement therapies, of use of pouches. The figures, as you would have seen from the reports, go up and down a lot. The last report showed a decline in the overall amount of nicotine in the wastewater, or cotinine, the indicator of total nicotine. The last one showed an increase of 4%. We don't know what that means. It might mean an increase in the number of people using pouches, which have very high nicotine content. It might mean people who are using vapes are using them more. It might mean there are more people smoking in Australia, or it might mean that there's the same number and they're smoking a little bit more. We don't know what it means because it doesn't distinguish between tobacco and nicotine. So that's the reports that are being released twice a year. There's also a piece of more research and development, and I'd encourage you to have a look at this. It was just published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, which does look at a specific tobacco byproduct in the water called anabasine. And that analysis, which was just published in February, showed that in fact between 2017 and 2023 there was a 30% reduction in the amount of tobacco estimated to be used in the population. They did an interesting analysis of comparing that data with sales in the regulated market, and they concluded that the estimated amount of illicit tobacco being used by the Australian population increased by about 200, slightly more than doubled. So if you look at, so then the amount of tobacco in the regulated market has gone down by 48%, but over that time period, a third of that was due to a change in the use of illicit tobacco, and 2/3 of it was due to reduced consumption. So at least until 2023, that data shows a reduction in tobacco use in Australia. There isn't, unfortunately, data since 2023, and that will be really telling.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point to make, because we've seen this incremental increase in excise over the last 3 years since 2023, and there is a feeling on the ground, and there are people that are saying things, like Senator Colbeck's experience in Australia Post, but also when you speak to retailers. So we're sort of working not from data that is current as to probably what is actually occurring out in the community. Yep. I might share, please, and then I'll share the call.
Take the local data at face value, New South Wales data and the wastewater. It's consistent with no increase in prevalence, same number of people, but more tobacco or more nicotine products reaching wastewater, which is exactly what you'd expect if the market was flooded with a cheap, unregulated
tobacco because it's cheap.
Exactly.
Yep. Okay. Excellent. Senator Stewart.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions from me, conscious we're probably pushing up against lunch, and I feel like I'm a little bit blurry on my end. Am I blurry on for you too? Or is it just me?
No,
you're good.
No, all good.
Okay, maybe it's just
Very good focus.
maybe it's just me. I think we've heard a bit of evidence already today that 2020 and 2021 is talked about kind of being like this Goldilocks kind of zone of not too low and not too high for excise rates. But putting aside the excise question for a moment, it seems like that the period of 2020 and 2021 was also a time when the former Liberal government also left the door open to the explosion of cheap vapes that were flooding Australia. And by 2023, 1 in 3 teenagers between 13 and 17 years old had tried a vape. I'm keen to hear from this panel what role you believe the massive influx of cheap vapes in Australia played in the opening of the door of the illicit tobacco trade here.
I might start that one off, and also will note that Cancer Council New South Wales is part of the Generation Vape research collaboration. And so just to confirm that, yes, we did, over that period of time, see a significant increase, not only obviously in cheap, colourful, fruit and candy flavoured products flooding the market as far as vapes are concerned, but obviously what we were hearing, particularly on the ground, from educators, from concerned parents and community members who were contacting Cancer Council, concerned about what they were perceiving to be an increase in use amongst young people. And that was in part the reason why we commenced Generation Vape, which is really to help quantify the problem and the experiences of young people as well as teachers. I think it's just worth noting that that's something obviously that we've been following very closely in terms of what's been happening with illicit vaping products. As far as the case in New South Wales, we've recently released a report which is actually demonstrating that we've seen a decline in young people who report having ever vaped from 29.6% in April 2024 down to 20.1% in October 2025. So we are starting to see a really encouraging decline in ever vape use amongst teenagers. That is in response to coordinated efforts from all governments. We've obviously seen the vaping reforms pass at the Australian government level, but obviously that's been a coordinated effort with New South Wales government on the ground as it relates to particularly enforcement, education and cessation support. It is worth noting as part of Generation Vape, we do ask young people where they did purchase their vape. And really importantly to note that over a third of young people who purchased their own vape reported purchasing that product from a tobacco or vape shop. So the role of bricks and mortar stores is important to take note of, which is why particularly in our submission we are emphasising a coordinated government enforcement approach, obviously not just from an Australian government perspective, but also coordinated efforts on the ground at a state and territory level as well.
I think the question's an interesting one, and whether there was an inflection price, I don't know of anyone who studied that, but I think Australians generally are pretty reluctant to go to a pub car park and buy anything out of the back of a boot. But what happened between 2019 and 2022-23 with COVID in between is that we saw a really large increase in the number of tobacconists and vape stores, which meant that it suddenly became possible for ordinary Australians to go to their shopping strip and be able to buy illicit tobacco from these tobacco and vape shops. So the supermarkets don't sell this stuff. People don't get it from the major supermarkets, certainly. But the tobacconists and vape shops is where is the most frequent place of purchase. So I think the inflection point is where you could go to your own shopping centre and buy cheap tobacco, and it had this sense of normality and not so much being involved in something illegal as a bargain. And I think that's where I think Senator Colbeck's really right to be raising the issue of Australia Post, because it gives the receiving of tobacco the same kind of legitimacy, that it's coming through this, quasi-government agency, and I think that makes it less socially unacceptable to be doing it. So I think it's a very good point that you're raising, and it's something that definitely should be addressed somehow.
Senator, it's Mark Brook from the Lung Foundation. It's a hypothesis and a hypothesis only, but the complete lack of enforcement around vapes between 2019 and 2023 may have just given the signal that it's okay for illicit tobacco. It may have actually created part of the conversation was, well, everyone else is not, no one else was getting fined for it, everyone was turning away from it, it wasn't a high priority for enforcement, and it's created a vacuum in which people could then potentially say, let's have a crack at illicit tobacco, amongst other reasons.
Thank you. I'm interested in your views on what role big tobacco plays in supplying the illicit market. And before I get into the crux of my question, I want to join with you in your concerns and say that Labor senators are with you in your support of the World Health Organization Convention too when it comes to big tobacco. It's worth getting that on the record. But it seems to me when it comes to the role that big tobacco plays in supplying the illicit market, there's a serious question about their supply chain integrity. They control up to 80% of the world's production, and 95% of the tobacco produced in the world is legally produced. What evidence is there that they are complicit in the illicit market?
It's a very good question, Senator, a very good question. And I think you've raised some really valid points about potential negligence on behalf of the tobacco industry in relation to securing their supply chains in light of the fact that they are globally, the largest manufacturers and distribution groups that sell these things and that distribute these things. I think what international evidence shows us very clearly is that the illicit trade is often used as an argument against tobacco control measures, particularly the tax, but the data does not support that claim. Where illicit trade does occur, it's driven by gaps in enforcement and regulatory systems, not simply price. And that's directly relevant to Australia because our focus should be on fixing that system, addressing those gaps, not weakening effective public health measures. So whilst there are a number of different levers that we've spoken about today, and we're not necessarily saying go out on all of these levers, we're also absolutely not supporting any measures that will increase the deaths caused by smoking. And the tax narrative and reducing the tax to make all cigarettes cheaper is one of the worst ways to address a public health crisis. It will lead to more smoking across the country. It will lead to more deaths. So that kind of solidifies our position on the matter as well. Thank you for the question.
Let's assume for argument's purposes that the tobacco industry is an innocent bystander in this. What's happening, which is our nightmare, is their dream, really, because what you've done is increase the availability at a cheap level, increase the number of people that are potentially addicted, and then if you were to reduce excise, you'd be left with 2 steps backwards as far as tobacco control is concerned.
And perhaps if I could just add to that, there's no evidence that demonstrates that a reduction in excise will actually provide any benefit to anyone other than the tobacco companies. The evidence that does exist in relation to excise is that it's been a really key lever as part of a range of tobacco controls to halve the level of smoking in Australia since 2001. And we do know, and you've heard this evidence a number of times this morning, that the price of cigarettes is a key driver in assisting smokers to quit alongside health benefits. So there's no evidence to suggest that it's going to assist anyone other than tobacco industry, but there's evidence to suggest that it does encourage people to quit. And we've been really proud of the success Australia has achieved on the world stage in driving down tobacco rates.
Thank you. And I know that the cost of tobacco has certainly been a reason for lots of people in my family to reduce and or quit smoking. So it's certainly worked in my family. And I did ask your point about kind of who benefits. I asked an earlier panel who are cutting the excise benefits as well, but I'm short of time, so I've just got one more question that I want to ask, and you might get some unnoticed from me. But I'm sure that you've seen in the media reports that there are 40,000 tobacco retailers in Australia, and that equates to about one outlet for every 22 smokers, and you compare that to one petrol station for every 3.13 vehicles, or one supermarket for every 2,865 people. What would a sensible retail model look like? And surely not all of these retailers are selling legal products.
It's a very good question, Senator. I think that 40,000 outlet number is shocking to us. For 10% of the population and 40,000 stores where I can walk in and purchase a packet of cigarettes, it is one of the most widely available deadly products at the moment in this country. And when we look at how we regulate other harmful products, like alcohol, for example, the contrast is incredibly stark. To obtain a liquor licence in any state in this country, you have to go through a rigorous application process. It includes probity, it includes police checks, public consultations, community can even protest it and have some impact assessments, and there's always ongoing compliance and monitoring. The bar for retail licensing in this country absolutely needs to lift. We need checks built into the licensing system across all states and territories to ensure that licences are only issued to individuals or businesses that have strong governance systems and a demonstrated capacity to meet due diligence, to meet security and reporting requirements. Strengthening licensing in this way, we find, is a really will go a long way to addressing the illicit tobacco trade. So specifically, we want to see that licences are only provided to persons who have governance systems and demonstrated capacity to comply with requirements. They can control the supply and ensure that there's no leakage into the illicit market. And we're currently modelling this approach as we speak, Senator, and hopefully we'll have more to provide to you. But on the ground, when we talk to people at Border Force around this issue, they're generally saying any approach that disrupts organised crime businesses, makes illegal tobacco hard to sell, makes it much easier to be caught with much more serious consequences when they are caught, is a key priority and is going to help all jurisdictions to control that supply chain as well.
And if I can supplement that too, it really can't be underestimated when you're looking at potential solutions to illicit tobacco to actually look at the examples in Queensland and South Australia. They've been achieving some significant making inroads into through enforcement, increased enforcement, through licensing and regulation. And, we would encourage the committee to really explore in detail the measures that are meeting with success in those states.
Thank you. And I just want to correct for the record, I meant to say one petrol station for every 3,143, not 3.143, but I'll share the call. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the evidence you've given so far today. Could I ask you to go a bit deeper on what you see as the biggest gaps in Australia's current approach to illicit tobacco?
I can start off on that. So you may be aware that we released a national illicit tobacco league table ladder recently, which looked at every single jurisdiction in the country and benchmarked every jurisdiction against some best practice reforms. And Senator, there was no jurisdiction meeting all of those best practice reforms. But some of the key asks that we have across the country are strengthening enforcement measures. So actually having states and territories updating their legislation to enable them to go out and shut down, issue closure orders to stores that are operating illegally. Also issue high penalties in order to avoid interaction or avoid involvement from organised crime. And also we're advocating strongly for resourcing for boots on the ground as well. So, and there's such disparity there. In Queensland, you have over 200 full-time equivalent personnel on the ground going around shutting these stores down. And in their toolkit, they have 90-day closure orders, 12-month closure orders. They have some significant things that they can do in order to shut these stores down that are doing the wrong thing. In Victoria, that number is much lower, and those compliance officers don't even have closure orders, so they can't go out and issue closure orders. Now, we have seen, states make some noises around this across the last few months, where they are thinking about, looking to Queensland and South Australia and adopting some of those reforms. But where we see that happening, we know these states in Queensland and South Australia are tackling the issue well.
And can I ask you to be specific around Western Australia as I am a WA Senator, I'm always keen to know the WA context.
Absolutely, Senator. I'm a West Australian as well, so I would happily update you with that. Western Australia has just put through the first tranche of legislation through the WA Parliament. It hasn't yet been gazetted, but that first tranche was introducing closure orders and the highest penalties in the country at the moment. So we were really pleased with that first tranche. However, WA is still behind in relation to a number of different reforms around landlord provisions. So in other states like South Australia and Queensland, you have landlord termination powers and landlord protections as well, and penalties. If a landlord is knowingly allowing their tenant to operate illegally and sell illegal products, they can be penalised and fined. And also, if a landlord remind me, Michelle, I'm losing my footing now. So that the termination powers, it gives landlords the power to also terminate lease agreements if they are found. So we're hoping that WA will come to that in the next tranche of legislation, which will be done hopefully before the end of the year.
And do you know, in terms of when the state government is a landlord, what is the state of play around the rules relating to the leasing of state government-owned property to tobacconist shops and things like that, which I know is part of the licit. It's part of the licit side, but as you said earlier, the two things are connected. I've had a number of people raise with me the concern of there being a tobacconist in one of what appears to be a state government-run, state government-owned shop at the entrance of our biggest train station. Yeah. So is there currently laws of preventing that, or is that a loophole?
I'm not entirely sure, Senator, but I can source some information on that. What I would say is that we conducted an audit in WA going out to over 100 retailers to gauge, prior to the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner's report, to gauge how bad it was, and it was at about that 50% mark. But I will say that many of the retailers who were selling illegal products were also licensed by the department to sell legal products. So, we do need to explore avenues where we can shut down these illegal operators using existing agreements with licensed retailers as well.
Yeah, look, if you could get some specifics on WA, the location I'm describing, you'll know it well. It's the entrance to the Murray Street entrance to the Perth Underground station, and you literally can't enter or exit without seeing a large tobacconist shop and all of its irrelevant advertising. On the question of illicit tobacco, to what extent is illicit tobacco a demand problem rather than simply a supply problem, or just a supply problem in the view of the panel?
Michelle? Well, certainly, as I was saying before, the availability of illicit tobacco in high street retailers has increased, has reduced a lot of social unacceptability of buying this kind of product. So I think, the demand has certainly increased in line with that greatly increased willingness to sell that we saw, in the last 5 years. Obviously made, more significant by the significant cost of living issues over the period. It is a really difficult problem. But we should remember that when you asked what are the big gaps, and certainly there are still major gaps in the model and the penalties and the enforcement workforce in each of the states and territories. No one has got a full line of ticks in our various comparison tables, and that's certainly something that we're glad to see the federal government encouraging action on at the state and territory level. But the big demand issue, really, we tend to forget in this that the vast majority of people who smoke actually want to quit. So if you ask straight up, are you intending to quit? 2/3 of people say, they're intending to quit on a reasonably near horizon. And if you go to the remaining 30%, only a third of those keep saying there's nothing that would make me quit. So basically 90% of the people who smoke do want to quit smoking. So a win-win way of addressing illicit tobacco is to really take this opportunity to put major resources into stepping up the things that we know work, hard-hitting campaigns, which we really haven't seen in this country for a very long time at any kind of scale and consistency, and access to treatments that we know work. So those two things are, no-brainers for addressing this issue.
Fabulous, thank you. Now, we spoke a moment ago, there was the contribution touching on the current retail environment. How does the current retail environment contribute to illicit tobacco, and what would a better retail licensing system look like, for example?
Senator, it's Mark from Lung Foundation Australia. It'll cost you between $300 and $1,000 to get a legal tobacco licence in Australia. It's more expensive to put rego on my car than it is to get a licence to sell tobacco. As my colleagues have said, there are 40,000 retail outlets, and I think one of the braver decisions the Senate might want to consider is perhaps having a target of a 50% reduction in retail outlets with very strong governance measures and good citizenship measures that say, unless you can pass the following requirements. And the simplest example I can give you is to pour a beer in a pub, you're required to have a responsible sale of alcohol permit. You do some online training, you know what the law is. If you break the law, you get fined. To sell tobacco in Australia, there are no such requirements. So the retail sector needs to have some tighter requirements. And I think it's also fair to say that in the survey of the Lung Foundation did with a YouGov survey 3 years ago, most Australians, 97%, so let's be clear, 97% of Australians want to see a dramatic reduction in the number of outlets that they have to pass or their children have to pass. So it is one of those cases where stronger enforcement and determents, but more proactive response about who's being given the licence in the first place is really important. I think it's also quite telling when ATM companies withdraw their ATMs from tobacconists because they know that it's not passing the pub test and that they're complicit in the exchange of cash circulating in the economy.
I am going to have to interrupt there, Senator Steele-John. We will suspend now until 2:45 p.m. when we will resume. You hanging around as we had some other committee things to resolve. I will give the call to Senator Colbeck to continue asking some questions that he had for you.
Look, I just want to very quickly, and it won't take long, go to this piece of research done in 2010 by the Fraser Institute in Canada. And just so that we don't get caught in an ugly circle, the first question I'll ask is, do you have any issues with that organisation and a relationship with tobacco?
In relation to which organisation? Fraser's?
The Fraser Institute.
I'm not off the top of my head, but we would have to look into that.
I mean, I've looked through their documentation to see whether they've received any funding. I couldn't find anything.
Right.
Just being mindful of our conversations and respecting the perspectives that have been given. But it goes to the contention that there's no evidence with respect to excise rates and tobacco and I want to differentiate between tobacco and vaping, because they're smoking and vaping being different in this sense, and this is 2010, probably going back prior to vaping anyway, so it doesn't make any difference in that sense. This research talks about a 10% increase in the price of tobacco products, reducing lawful cigarette sales by about 3 to 10%. So this is supporting the contention that an increase in price actually reduces smoking rates. So I'm not arguing. Higher tobacco excise can also induce criminal activity alongside the contraband market, which is sort of where we're finding ourselves now.
Sorry, Senator, may I ask the Fraser, can you just name the
Fraser Institute?
From where did you say?
Canada.
From whereabouts in Canada?
So the two researchers
I've just tried to call Dr. Collis to come back. She was on her way to the airport.
Well, she may very well know it.
I would say she would, yeah.
It's contraband tobacco in Canada, tax policies and black market incentives, July 2010 is the document. But it does talk about the reduction in, and I just want to go to the point that you say there's no evidence to suggest reducing excise can impact on illicit rates. This report does do that. So I just want to put that on the record as a part of our conversation because I know we're in a different space in respect of this, and I respect your view in not wanting to see it in the ground.
Yep.
Sincerely do.
Yep.
But my point...
Michelle, maybe.
The person who will most likely know. My point is using all the tools.
Yes.
So that's why I want to test this, and there's maybe more research. I mean, this is 15, 16 years old now, this document, but it does talk about some balancing of the market with respect to changing in excise rates. And I think we went through some of that earlier, and I accept that it may or will probably lead to an increase in sales of tobacco for the tobacco companies, and you don't like that in any form, get that. But I go back to the point that I'm trying to exercise my mind on is how we deal with an illicit market. So
yeah, of course.
I just wanted to put that, is there any...
I'm just wondering, sorry Senator, may I ask, how did you come across that piece of research? That would be really helpful so we can help validate that.
Well, it was sent to me by Mary, who's my co-chair on the illicit task force. So we're just looking for information that's...
I've just looked up information here, Senator, and actually there is a global international tobacco observatory out of the University of Bath in the UK. It's a very well-established database of tobacco industry-funded groups. Fraser Institute is listed on tobacco.
Well, that's why I asked the first question.
No, that's really good.
That's why I asked the first question.
To that. And I suppose in the context of the illicit trade and dropping the tax, we can enter into these discussions, and I appreciate your perspectives and where you're coming from. And we are aligned with the fact that we want to reduce smoking overall. From our perspective, it's really hard for us to play out a drop of 50% in terms of consumer behaviour and what that will do. So if you can go out and buy a packet of illicit tobacco for $10, right, often can be in the same store you go out and buy a $58 packet. If that $58 packet is cut by 50% with the excise, it's still $30, Senator. So the assumption that cutting the tax is going to change consumer behaviour is flawed. It's not going to move people from the illicit to the taxed market. And so that's why fundamentally it's not going to do what we want it to do in getting us down. It's going to make all tobacco cheaper. The 40% of the population who are smoking taxed tobacco, it's going to make them smoke more. And so that's where we're coming from with that. And when there are other levers that can be used to strengthen enforcement...
And I'm looking at all of the evidence that I'm reading and seeing through this inquiry, including from policing organisations who say to me, we're not going to police our way out of this until we deal with all the drivers.
Yep.
And clearly one of the drivers is price.
I think, Senator, to paraphrase the policing evidence, it's policing alone is not going to.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Supply chain control.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
And that's exactly my point.
I think we're saying exactly the same thing. It's just the point of difference is that
the excise,
the cherry on the top in terms of the excise, which looks like an easy fix, will be the biggest own goal.
It's not an easy fix on its own.
No, of course.
No, but it's a great soundbite for the community.
A broader range of measures. It's not an easy fix on its own. I agree with you. It's not. Just doing that isn't going to work. It actually did reduce the illicit market in Canada when they changed it in 1994. When I go back and look at the data, it changed it. It then moved again, and there is, as I think we've been told today, Canada is about 38%, but still nearly half ours.
Yeah. I will say as well with the police, we've also, I mean, I've been working in public health for 18 years and I've never spoken to so many police ministers, police commissioners across the country. And actually what I'm hearing from them directly is, you know, you might cop a bit of flack around closure orders and shutting these stores down and the fact that it'll send it underground. But I've heard from police and law enforcement saying, Laura, send it down there, we'll nab them there, and at least it gets rid of the visible bricks and mortar stores that are selling illegal tobacco all across the country.
Yeah.
So
so to equate something there, there was a store in my hometown 2 weeks ago, awning nearly fell down. It was quite amusing to me that the council, the authorities, the police were all there trying to stop this collapse, and the police were outside as people were trying to save the store from a physical disaster. The commentary from those inside the stores, we're not worried about the state police because we're only worried about the feds because the penalties aren't there. Now, my comment to the State Minister last Friday was get your legislation passed as soon as bloody possible because it's going to make a difference and we can get rid of that shop that we don't want in town because it's changed the neighbourhood. So, you know, all of these things are making a difference.
It's your risk-return argument again, Senator.
That's exactly my point.
If it's only a $160,000 fine and I've made that much in a month,
or I only need to get 1 in 6 containers through customs.
So it is a case of risk return, but that's not the false positive you need to be able to give other tobacco actors a free tax hit.
And just to
I understand your perspective.
Increase smoking. Making all cigarettes cheaper is one of the worst ways to deal with the public health crisis.
So this is the point that the reason why I keep on asking about the inflection point in the market, where the market flipped, because the argument about reducing excise is not about reducing it to compete with illicit tobacco.
Sure.
And I have seen some modelling that says making a reduction to the market will increase excise returns to the government by the order of $3 or $4 billion, where we're down over 11 right now. Which means an increase in sales for the tobacco companies, and you don't like them. I get that. I understand that. But I'd rather have a legal, illicit, controlled market than organised crime running an illicit market. That's
I wonder,
what I would
Senator,
like
if I might respond to that and just flag the current cost to the health system and wider community is set at $155.4 billion. That's at 2021 numbers. So if you sort of step back and extrapolate what you've just said, there's also that significant cost to the community.
I agree.
An increase in smoking rates would see that increase further as well.
But we're seeing increased consumption of tobacco.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, we are. But in what form is the question? So nicotine. Nicotine. So we're seeing increased consumption of that. And we can make assumptions as to where we might think that could be, but we're in concerning territory in that respect too, would be my assessment. Nothing because of what the numbers are showing without really understanding where they are with the new data that's coming. And I get the loss of excise isn't something that we mourn if it's in the context of a reduction in smoking. That's a design feature of it, but when it's being lost in the way that it's being lost now, it is a genuine concern to us all, because it's being used to fund all sorts of other things that we don't want to see in our community too. And as a former police officer, you'd get that in a heartbeat.
I understand it very well.
Senator, if I can just add to that as well, I think one of the things that we touched on in the session that we were in previously, and some of this morning's speakers were talking about the systems response that's needed here and the coordinated approach that we need, both from the Australian government but state and territory governments. Coordinating enforcement efforts, yes, absolutely. But certainly one of the things that we've outlined in our submission is that there is absolutely more that all governments could be doing to help support smokers to quit, to remind them of the health harms, which we know is the next biggest motivator for quitting smoking. So there are more things that we could do more effectively in tobacco control, rather than just solely emphasising the role of tax in this. So I think I guess what I'm trying to emphasise there is...
I'm not downplaying those either. And, another police officer that I have had a conversation with, I've got a choice to go and shut down an illicit tobacco shop or go to a domestic violence case. What am I going to do? I mean, these are the discussions that are being actively had within our local policing environments, where they're all under pressure.
I mean, I think just to provide one jurisdictional perspective, so from a New South Wales context, we've had the New South Wales tobacco licensing scheme only fully come online in October last year. Has it fully hit its stride? I don't think so. Do we have accurate estimates of the number of retailers in New South Wales? I don't think we do yet. And we have the New South Wales government increasing its capacity in terms of enforcement officers. So I would just caution any idea that it's not working, or that we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and turn to, let's say magic bullets as far as solutions, because we've got state governments really doing their very best.
Most of the legislative response at a state level is very new and just starting to hit its straps.
Correct.
Yeah. Or in the case of my home state, where I said to the Minister on Friday, get it finished. In fact, when it was introduced before Christmas, I said, do it as soon as you can. Here we are. It's through the lower house to go to the upper house, but it needs to be done as quickly as possible. We're just got to move on this stuff, and it's all of it.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. I'm very aware we've gone very well over the time allocated for this particular panel. Thank you all for coming and appearing in front of the committee today. What I would ask is, if there are any questions that you have been taken on notice, that they are provided back to the committee by close of business on Monday, the 18th of May 2026. But thank you all for coming in and appearing.
Can we ask one question, Chair? Is that okay? Are we allowed?
What I can do is I can suspend recording. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. We have just taken evidence in camera from Philip Morris. I shared with them during our exchanges my opposition to their presence in this inquiry as witnesses, and so did Senators Cox and Stewart. And there are a number of pieces of evidence or dynamics that concern me, and I want to seek your view as to whether these are common tactics by the industry in your experience. There was a total refusal of their representatives to engage with the moral and ethical piece here. They refused to acknowledge that the millions of deaths that their products cause, and just skip back to their talking points, one of which was the reduction in excise. Is this a common tactic that you see from the industry, refusing to engage with the actual health impacts of their product?
Yes.
Yes, very much so, yes.
Obfuscation and denial of harm has been industry tactics for 50 years, 60 years. You only have to look at the tobacco companies giving evidence before the US Senate denying lung cancer in the 60s and 70s to play it out. It's fair to say, Senator, that Big Tobacco says words like we want to unsmoke the world, but then challenges every meaningful attempt by governments, not just here in Australia, but around the world, to cease production or sale of their products.
I put to them that there was no way to meaningfully address the harm of tobacco and the growth in both licit and illicit tobacco markets without implementing meaningful regulation on their industry, including holding licence retailers to higher standards, supply controls, financial accountability measures, all of which they opposed in favour of 3 points, the main one of which was reduce the excise. Again, is this a common tactic that you're seeing from them?
Very, very consistent behaviour and rhetoric. From a industry perspective, we know that they have denied historically the harms caused by smoking, and obviously representing Cancer Council, I do want to put on record front and centre that we know that around 1 in 2 Australians will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. The leading preventable risk factor for cancer is tobacco. We know the extent of harm that tobacco causes, and we've known that for 70 years. The fact that Philip Morris has given evidence is extremely upsetting, and it's not just to us as health organisations, but should be incredibly upsetting for the people of Australia to know that we have known the harms caused by tobacco, yet we tolerate Philip Morris giving evidence in an inquiry like this. Going back to industry tactics, yes, they have denied the harm, and they have got very good track record of also delaying policy, which is known to be effective. And so this is consistent, very consistent behaviour and very consistent experience, I think, that Australia has had with industry.
And if I
my final question is this. I know that you have... I very much hear that you are concerned by their presence here today. I'm concerned. I'm furious with the fact that they were unable to give evidence. I think what really worries me is that they seem to be using the phenomena around illicit tobacco as now their ultimate dodge from regulation or further government intervention, because nearly every question I put to them came back to a central argument that, well, you've got to make it easier for us to do business, because if you make it any harder, we will simply see illicit tobacco continue to grow. And it was such a tight response, it reminded me very much of the of the messaging guide prompted responses that they used to give in decades past. Have you got concerns that actually what we're seeing from the tobacco industry now is not so much a concern around a legitimate policy issue, but simply the deployment of a set of comms that they've decided to roll out to continue to enable them to sell a product that kills people?
Yes. Senator, if I can just say too, I think tactically, for Philip Morris to request to be heard in camera is an example of the type of lack of transparency. So it's been 16 years since Big Tobacco had a platform in this place. We're very concerned that they were given that opportunity behind closed doors, away from the scrutiny of the Australian public. We're not able to respond to those claims that they made, and so I think we need to put that on record, that those tactics are certainly very concerning to us and to all Australians, that they should be given a platform in breach of 5.3 of the World Health Organisation framework.
Well, we will be publishing the transcript of their evidence at the earliest possible opportunity, so you will be able to at least see that there. Thank you for your evidence and your willingness to give that evidence in the open public eye today, and for your continued work in this vital public health space.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. And I will just add that the evidence will be published and will be made publicly available. Names will be redacted, but the evidence transcript will be there.
I say we put our names and faces out in front of organised crime gangs.
Yep.
Sorry, how is that fair and reasonable?
Sorry, this is not a debating point. So thank you for appearing.
Apologies.
Thank you for appearing. We appreciate it, and we will now suspend.
Sorry.
I now welcome representatives from Freight and Trade Alliance and the Australian Industry Group. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And this is going to be difficult because it's... if we, perhaps what I'll do is I'll read from the sheet of who's here. So if we perhaps start with Mr. Malinci.
Thank you. Perfect pronunciation. Sal Malici, General Manager, Trade Policy and Operations at Freight and Trade Alliance and the Australian Peak Shippers Association.
Fantastic. Thank you. Miss McGrath.
Louise McGrath, Head of Industry Development and Policy at the Australian Industry Group.
Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. Jeffrey Wilson, Head of Research and Economics at the Australian Industry Group.
And Mr. Mitreski.
Thank you. Alexander Mitreski, Senior Advisor, Industry Development and Policy at the Australian Industry Group.
And do any of you have an opening statement today? Did you want to start then, Mr. Malici?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As I said, my name is Sal Malici, General Manager, Trade Policy and Operations at Freight and Trade Alliance and the Australian Peak Shippers Association. And for my sins, I'm also a licensed customs broker, albeit non-practicing. Freight and Trade Alliance represents Australia's international trade and logistics sector with over 530 corporate members, including international freight forwarders, customs brokers, importers, exporters, and logistics providers operating across the supply chain. Freight and Trade Alliance also acts as Secretariat to the Australian Peak Shippers Association, or APSA. APSA is an industry association and the designated peak shipper body granted status by the Federal Minister for Infrastructure and Transport under Part 10 of the Consumer and Competition Act to represent the interests of Australian shippers. From our perspective, engagement in this space is at an operational level. How border processes function in practice and how regulatory settings translate on the ground. The illicit tobacco trade reflects broader organised criminal activity exploiting vulnerabilities in the import supply chain. While our visibility comes through member experience rather than enforcement activity itself, there are clear flow-on impacts both from illicit activity and from the way interventions are applied on legitimate trade. Our submission focuses on practical measures to strengthen system integrity while maintaining the efficient movement of lawful goods. And we've outlined 4 key recommendations. First, for sea cargo consignments, a direct payment model for duty and GST, enabling cargo owners to deal directly with Australian Border Force, reducing reliance on intermediaries and limiting opportunities for misuse. Second, the value of a targeted industry roundtable with key stakeholders to develop a more consistent and transparent approach to managing the downstream impacts of cargo interventions. Third, ensuring that Australian Border Force resourcing remains aligned with the scale of enforcement activity to support both effective targeting and the efficient flow of trade. And fourth, reform of the Border Watch program to support more effective and trusted engagement between industry and government. Since preparing our submission, reports late last week of significant voluntary redundancies across Home Affairs, including Australian Border Force, are a concern in this context. At a time where enforcement demands are increasing, maintaining capability and experience within the system will be vitally important. Finally, some of our members do raise taxation settings as a potential lever in addressing illicit tobacco. While that is a view held by parts of industry, it is not a position advanced in our submission. Our focus is on operational and regulatory settings at the border, where we have direct engagement, and taxation policy is ultimately a matter for those with specific expertise in that area. In closing, our intent is to support practical, targeted improvements that strengthen enforcement outcomes while ensuring Australia's supply chains continue to function effectively. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for that. Ms McGrath, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please proceed.
And good afternoon. The Australian Industry Group is Australia's largest industry association, representing the interests of more than 60,000 businesses across manufacturing, construction, technology, retail, wholesale, distribution and other sectors. Our members, law-abiding businesses operating across the retail, wholesale and distribution sectors, are on the front line of this crisis and are losing ground to it. The scale of the problem demands urgent attention. Available evidence indicates that as much as half of all tobacco consumption in Australia now occurs outside the illicit market. Our own research and economics analysis suggests that this represents a potential loss of up to $10 billion annually in excise revenue, equivalent to roughly half a percentage point of GDP, and around 1.5% of total federal tax receipts. Illicit tobacco sales have fallen sharply since 2022. Excise receipts have declined relative to historical trends, and law enforcement continues to report organised criminal activity linked to tobacco distribution. The structural conditions for this crisis are now well entrenched, and the current policy response has not been sufficient to arrest its growth. The committee will be well aware of the revenue applications. The risks extend well beyond the budget. Public health, law and order, tax integrity and fair competition are all affected. Australia's tobacco control framework, built on high excise taxation, plain packaging and retail licensing, applies exclusively to legal products. When consumers shift to illicit tobacco, these instruments lose their impact entirely. The ITC Commissioner's most recent report found that approximately 95.7% of all e-cigarette products sold in Australia remain illegal, representing a market valued at around $1.6 billion. A recent survey found that cigarette smoking among Australians aged 18 to 24 surged by almost 3 percentage points in less than a year, adding around 80,000 young smokers. The public health gains of decades are at risk of being undone. Alongside the public health dimension, the illicit market has created the conditions for serious and sustained organised criminal activity. Criminal networks have deliberately sought to overwhelm border inspection capacity by flooding ports with high volumes of containers, making detection of individual illicit shipments more difficult. A structural constraint on our response is the age of Australia's integrated cargo system, now over 20 years old and increasingly unable to support the risk targeting approach that effective detection requires. Budget measures across 2023-24 and 2024-25 committed approximately $346 million over 4 years. In the context of a market potentially valued at $15 billion per annum, that resourcing is simply not proportioned to the task. We recommend committed investment in modernising the integrated cargo system, upgrading cargo screening infrastructure and strengthening intelligence sharing with international partners. Underpinning all of this is a governance problem that must be confronted directly. The Commonwealth bears the fiscal costs of excise evasion, but state governments carry the operational responsibility for retail enforcement. State regulatory regimes also differ significantly from one another, allowing illicit operators to exploit the weakest jurisdiction and simply shift when enforcement tightens elsewhere. Since 2015, there have been multiple parliamentary inquiries and at least 10 specialist enforcement task forces established, yet the market has continued to expand. This tells us the structural problem has not yet been adequately addressed. We support the adoption of a single national market approach, harmonising retail licensing, enforcement powers, compliance standards and penalty frameworks across all jurisdictions, backed by Commonwealth funding directed explicitly at state enforcement capacity. The impact on law-abiding retailers also deserves far greater policy attention than it has received. Compliant businesses bear licensing fees, staff training obligations, reporting requirements and transition costs from recent product reforms, none of which apply to their illicit competitors. As the black market expands, compliant retailers face higher costs, lower margins and declining foot traffic. There is a real risk that a growing number will conclude the commercial cost of remaining in the legal market outweighs the benefit, and exits from the illicit market would only deepen the crisis. The viability of the illicit retail market must be treated as a strategic prerequisite for effective enforcement, not an afterthought. In summary, we ask the committee to support a nationally harmonised regulatory framework, proportionate investment in border detection capability, a federally funded state-delivered enforcement resourcing model, a comprehensive review of penalty regimes and the adoption of landlord lease termination powers across all remaining jurisdictions, consistent with the New South Wales and Victorian models. The committee has a real opportunity to drive the coordinated national action that this crisis demands. We urge members to take it. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'll now go to Senator Colbeck for questions.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go to the points around modifying the EFT payments and GST to on behalf of importers and instead have cargo owners provide banking details directly. How would that improve the regulatory framework in relation to managing I'm assuming not just illicit tobacco, but provide some insights for other products, let's call them, instead.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Our view is that if the importer was forced to provide their details to Border Force as part of other measures such as using relationship authorisation manager and the like, that would reduce the likelihood of piggybacking, which is a method that is used to import illicit tobacco, and that's where a legal operative will, I guess, mimic that they are a legitimate importer. So our view is that if the legitimate importer needs to have, I guess, a much closer relationship with Border Force by directly providing that information, directly authorising who is to act on their behalf, that would potentially reduce the likelihood of piggybacking.
So, in your view, what is the prevalence of piggybacking in facilitating this market?
We don't know the numbers, what proportion of tobacco that comes into the country illegally is done using that method. That's something that Border Force may have and may share with you. I would imagine in camera. I guess they don't want to publicise which methods work better than others. But we do know from talking to our members that coming up against people purporting to be legitimate importers but really being importers of illicit tobacco has been a major problem over sort of the last few years and continues to be. So I guess we have anecdotal evidence that it is a major problem to our members, the industry facilitating the trade, but how much it is a proportion of total illegal tobacco, I couldn't tell you.
So what are the reporting requirements or incidents of these occurrences that your members might have as participants at the border?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I just missed that, sorry.
So what are the reporting requirements or incidents that your members might have in respect of this at the border?
I guess what, if I understand the question correctly, I guess what would often happen is our members are approached by a company purporting to be a legitimate importer. It has a shipment of legitimate goods. Our members will start handling that shipment. They will maybe pay charges to the airline or the shipping line, so they'll be out of pocket. And quite often then that customer, quote unquote, disappears. And then our members are sort of left holding that bag, so to speak, where they paid that money out but unable to recover it.
So there's a downside for your members to having these players in the trade as well?
Yeah, significant. And I think it's worth noting that the Border Force expects customs brokers now to perform what's called due diligence, and it's a condition of a customs broker's licence to perform that task. So in some aspect, the customs broker is now performing part of that law enforcement task without really any training in that task. And so the onboarding of a new customer is now quite a significant burdensome process on our members. It didn't used to be because most importers were all legitimate, so you could quite easily onboard a new importer customer, whereas now there's quite a lot of due diligence that needs to be done. The other challenge that our members have is there is no guidance or clear checklist on what due diligence is or isn't. So it's up to each individual customs broker to determine whether they have performed that task.
So making the importer report and pay directly any of their obligations directly to Border Force would actually mitigate some of the risks for your organisations, but also provide that contact information into Border Force of some of these players.
Yes, Senator. We believe that will make the piggybacking techniques that are being used less successful, more difficult, and potentially provide better information to Border Force coming directly from the legitimate importers. It's worth mentioning that there is a scheme that Border Force has with Australian trusted traders, where they can nominate authorised licensed customs brokers to operate on their behalf, and if another customs broker attempts to act on behalf of that importer who is an Australian trusted trader, that flags something at Border Force, and they will actually let that Australian trusted trader importer know that some other customs brokerage has tried to act on your behalf. So we think there's a lot of value in that scheme, and it is a really valued benefit of Australian trusted trader membership, but there may be merit in expanding that more broadly to all importers.
What proportion of importers would be what you might regard as itinerant or single use, if you like, or?
Yeah, hard to give a number, but I would say that it is a very competitive industry, international freight forwarding and customs brokerage. Especially on the international freight forwarding side, there's fairly low barriers to entry, and there are quite a large number of businesses in that industry. So it's hyper competitive. So if an importer wants to put out requests for work to a whole bunch of international freight forwarders or customs brokers for each shipment, they can. And some do that and sort of just shop around all the time. Others are more relationship, partnership focused and strategic and will work with one or two companies for extended periods of times. But I'd say there's a significant number that do shop around.
Okay. So in terms of the key industry roundtable you mentioned and maintenance of that process, what's been your engagement to date?
So our engagement with Border Force has been very productive, especially since December when print wall started. We didn't know it was print wall at the time. We just became really aware of a significant number of activity on the border by Border Force. We often will get maybe an inquiry from our members about an extended border hold here and there, but around Christmas time we were almost overwhelmed with inquiries from members saying we have large numbers of shipments of extended border holds. Our engagement with Border Force was productive and positive. When we talk about a round table, what we're essentially saying is, were there to be another print wall in the future, for there to be a mechanism where other parts of the supply chain would be more supportive and have more of a national interest aspect. Some of the stevedores were quite supportive, others weren't, and so we had legitimate importers impacted to $5,000-$10,000 in storage due to their containers being held during that program. So we're recommending a roundtable with Border Force, industry, peak industry bodies such as ourselves, stevedores, the foreign-owned shipping lines, to say if there is such a project in the future from Border Force in that national interest that stevedores and shipping lines provide relief to importers that are caught up with this and not seek to profit from it.
Wouldn't they just be giving forward notice of activity?
We would,
which you might not want to do.
We would suggest that would be a discussion for that round table where it would be led by Border Force, where they would share with us when they determine is an appropriate time to share that this is underway.
Last question to both witnesses. Just with respect to Border Force capacity, where do you see it at the moment versus what it needs to be?
I would say that the capacity on the front line seems to be adequate, although it's hard for us to judge. I would say that what happened in December, January with print wall was a scenario that we don't want to repeat, and that's where substantial numbers of shipments of legitimate cargo were held for really extended periods of time. So whether that was caused by a resourcing issue or not, not for me to say, but the outcomes or the impacts on industry were significant.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Colbeck. We'll now go to Senator Stewart.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to keep my questions brief with the time that we have. I've got a couple of questions for the AI group. The first is, in your submission, you recommend that all jurisdictions adopt landlord lease termination powers. Can you explain to the committee how those laws work and what effect these powers are having in the different jurisdictions where they're in effect?
Thank you, Senator. I'll just direct my colleague, Jeff Wilson.
Thank you very much, Senator. One of the key challenges with a number of retail outlets for illicit tobacco is they're often in small, kind of, I guess in colloquial terms, fly-by-night shops that can emerge up in small suburban shopping centres. I think the committee would be aware at this stage and would have read media coverage. These are often not very sub-rosa operations. There's a lot of people coming and going. One issue is, in terms of compliance, is that there's not really a lot that other landlords can do when these pop up in, say, a small shop at the end of a suburban shopping centre. It's a known thing, but the business has a lease. Particularly once there's been compliance activities conducted and show that those businesses have been are operating like that. We believe that the ability for landlords to be able to terminate those leases on the grounds of compliance against illicit tobacco retailing would provide an advantage. It's certainly a compliance point in the system, which would make it more challenging for, I'm sure, what the committee's seen and heard evidence about, places being raided in compliance activities and popping up trade 24, 72 hours later coming back. There are also challenges. I'm sure many of the associated criminal behaviours associated with this trade will be well known to the committee by this stage, including various forms of violence and coercion. Sadly, in cases, some firebombing in a lot of locations. There's been a lot of reporting, particularly in the state of Victoria, over that. And so co-location for other legitimate retailers with one of these outlets is a fairly unpleasant thing to have. That can be near your premises. That can be challenged for landlords. So the ability, when this is recognised an appropriate compliance activity for landlords and other tenants to be able to put some pressure on this trade, that would help cut that cycle of businesses just being able to reopen where the initial compliance from, in some state contexts, has not been enough to properly bring these businesses to a close.
I might just add to that, Senator. We've heard anecdotally that other tenants in the building can't actually get insurance while there is a tobacco seller in that building. So there's broader impacts as well. So this is a way for the landlord to support all the tenants of the building.
Yeah, thank you. And you also, in your submission, call for a nationally coordinated response to illicit tobacco. And I mean, that seems to be the consensus across government agencies. What role can business and industry play in contributing to that response?
Well, I think, as per Sal's testimony, certainly working together with government is important because there's a mixture of frontline exposure, sharing intelligence as it comes across, and also, of course, what they're already doing, which is compliance. And I think that's probably the best way, is sharing intelligence. You'd be surprised how often some of these illicit distributors approach legitimate businesses trying to find distribution.
I have to keep taking myself on and off mute because my thing's doing a weird feedback thing. Now I've just got a final question around freight before I hand the call back to the chair. I'm curious to understand what actions can be taken post-border to harden the freight environment, and what checks do your members do on personnel to ensure their own workforce hasn't been infiltrated by serious and organised crime?
Is that for Australian Industry Group or Freight and Trade?
Freight.
When it comes to post-border, that's not an area that we focus on much, but obviously our members are facilitating goods coming across the border. There is the licensed customs brokers are licensed by Australian Border Force, and they do have a fit and proper person test. To my knowledge, that would be the extent of the of what you're asking.
Yeah. And what does a fit and proper persons test involve?
I think it's basically declaring if you have any convictions, providing the necessary identification and whatnot, and declaring whether you have any convictions and whatnot.
I do have a bunch more questions, but I might put those on notice just out of respect for time, and I'll give the call back to the chair. Thank you.
Very much appreciate it, Senator Stewart. And thank you all for taking the time to come and give evidence to this committee. We have been running behind all day, so we certainly appreciate your patience with us. It's not something we do on purpose, obviously, but we really do appreciate your understanding and patience. So thank you. It sounds like you will be getting some questions on notice from a number of senators that are here. We would be very grateful if you could provide responses to those by the 18th of May 2026. But otherwise, again, thank you, and thank you for your patience. You are now released.
Thank you very much.
And if we suspend briefly. Fantastic. I now welcome representatives from the Drug Policy Modelling Program, UNSW, Associate Professor James Martin, Professor Wayne Hall, and Dr. Edward Jegersley. I'm sorry if I've pronounced that incorrectly. Now, I understand you've all been provided information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses, and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing? And if we can go in order of how I just read out your names, that's probably the easiest way with everyone online.
Sure, Senator, I'm happy to do that. Just to note that Dr. Jegersothi and I are not from the Drug Policy Modelling Program. That's our other colleagues that are in the Brady Bunch window below.
Okay, no problem.
That's us. So, hello, my name is Dr. Paul Collator. I'm from the Drug Policy Modelling Program.
I'm Elizabeth Barrett. I'm from the Drug Policy Modelling Program, also at University of New South Wales.
I'm Associate Professor James Martin. I'm from Deakin University. I'm presenting my evidence in an individual capacity.
My name is Edward Jegersothi, Dr. Edward Jegersothi. I'm a Senior Lecturer in Public Health at the School of Public Health at the University of Sydney, and I'm presenting my evidence in an individual capacity. Also, unfortunately, Professor Emeritus Wayne Hall is unable to be with us today because he's unwell, so apologies.
Excellent. No, thank you very much for that. Now, do any of you have an opening statement that you would like to make? Yes. Happy for you all to proceed with that. Did we want to start perhaps with Ms. Barrett?
Yeah,
are you happy
thank
to
you.
kick off?
Yeah, no worries. So thanks for the opportunity to provide evidence to this committee inquiry. On behalf of the Drug Policy Modelling Program at the Social Policy Research Centre at University of New South Wales, with my colleague, I'm pleased to make a few summary comments. For over 20 years, our unit has undertaken research on illicit and licit drug markets and policy related to alcohol, tobacco and drugs and treatment. This includes research on decriminalised and legal cannabis markets and recent research with 50 consumers of illicitly traded tobacco products in Australia. My colleague, Dr. Paul Collator, and I have both undertaken research on cannabis use and markets, and I recently undertook the illicitly traded tobacco study, which was led by Dr. Shanil Puljevic at University of Queensland. Evidence shows that increasing the price of tobacco through tax controls reduces overall population tobacco consumption. I'm sure you've heard a lot about that today, but there are limits to this policy as evidenced in Australia. Despite numerous price increases in Australia, a proportion of people have continued to smoke daily, with a significant and negative impact on low-income households. Australia now has the most expensive tobacco in the world. No doubt you've heard a lot about that as well. Driven by successive tax increases, which has driven demand for cheaper illegal tobacco and fuelled a violent black market. Access to cheap and readily available tobacco via the illegal market undermines the very purpose of pricing policies. Additionally, and in contrast to illicit drug approaches, the government has restricted access to alternative lower harm products such as oral nicotine products and e-cigarettes, more commonly known as vapes. To properly tackle the tobacco black market in Australia, there needs to be a rebalancing of policy goals to account for the harms of the black market and recognition of the evidence on the relationship between use, harms and price policies. We recommend that this include addressing the tobacco black market a policy goal, a reduction in the price of legal tobacco alongside enforcement, and investment in research to determine appropriate pricing points and effects of enforcement and policy changes, and particularly those effects on low-income households. As per our submission, we believe that there are lessons for the Australian tobacco black market from the Canadian experiences of cannabis legalisation. Finally, we'd say that policy effects on and markets are dynamic, and policy needs to continually adapt and adjust based on changing evidence on population prevalence, evolving harms and the impacts of policy effects. Further recommendations in our submission include embedding a harm reduction approach as part of Australia's approach to tobacco control, including reconsidering the current approach to other tobacco products such as vapes and lower harm nicotine products. And that's all. We're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Jeggersley, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just start by saying I don't receive and have not received any funding from tobacco and nicotine industries. I want to address what this situation represents from a public health perspective. The illicit market for tobacco and nicotine is in itself a public health crisis. It involves the loss of regulatory control over more than half of the tobacco consumed in Australia and almost all vapes, which means no health warnings, no plain packaging, no quality standards, no age verification. It potentially involves exposure of consumers to adulterated products. It involves over 270 firebombings of retail premises since 2023, and it involves a multi-billion-dollar injection into organised crime. These are public health harms, and they belong on the public health balance sheet. The policy framework that has produced this crisis was justified in significant part on equity grounds. The tobacco excise, which is a deeply regressive tax, was meant to be progressive overall because the most disadvantaged smokers were assumed to be most price sensitive. Pharmacy-only vape access was meant to channel adult smokers towards less harmful alternatives. Both were meant to particularly benefit the populations most affected by smoking-related harm. However, the empirical record over the past decades tells a different story. The New South Wales Health data set that we presented in our submission shows that the smoking gap between the most and least disadvantaged Australians did not narrow during the period of steep excise increase. It actually widened from 2.3 times to 4 times higher. The populations the policy was designed to help fell further behind, paid the price through tobacco taxation, and are now disproportionately exposed to the harms of the illicit market. The committee has heard that the response should be intensified enforcement. Enforcement against the illicit market alone, however, depends on maintaining the price gap and the prohibition framework that produced the illicit market in the first place. Committing to enforcement only as a response means committing to indefinite enforcement operations against a market which will likely continue to be regenerated given the underlying settings. If this were a medical treatment producing such severe and predictable harms or side effects, we would pause and re-examine. Even if enforcement were perfectly successful in eliminating the black market tomorrow, we would return to policy settings that were already failing on their own equity objective. Finally, on the question of industry, evidence-based policy must be driven by outcomes, not by opposition to what the industry happens to prefer. The proper question is whether policies reduce harm and help those most affected, and if the answer is yes, the fact that the industry might coincidentally benefit is irrelevant. All policy options must therefore be on the table to address this issue ethically and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, was there anyone else who had an opening statement? Yes, please go ahead. And I can't actually read your name from here, so
James
apologies.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Associate Professor James Martin. I'm a criminologist at Deakin University with long-standing expertise in illicit markets and their policing. And I also wish to declare that I've never accepted any funding from the tobacco and nicotine industries, nor do I intend to do so in the future. Australia is in the grip of a self-inflicted tobacco and nicotine crisis that, in my assessment, increasingly resembles the United States' failed experiment with alcohol prohibition a century ago. Nicotine is used regularly by millions of Australians. It is the third most popular recreational drug in the country after caffeine and alcohol. Demand is strong, persistent, and has remained largely stable over the past decade. Yet over that time, the legal supply of nicotine has been subject to increasingly restrictive forms of formal or de facto prohibition. Major tax increases have resulted in the world's most expensive cigarettes. An Australian with a pack-a-day habit now faces a yearly bill in excess of $15,000, clearly far more than what a majority of otherwise law-abiding consumers are willing or able to pay. At the same time, the Commonwealth has prohibited the retail sale of vapes, a substantially less harmful tobacco substitute and a highly popular and effective means to quit smoking. The effective prohibition of the two most popular forms of recreational nicotine has facilitated the criminal takeover of a once largely legal industry. Expenditure on illicit nicotine products is now estimated at approximately $7 billion annually. This constitutes roughly 40% of our entire illicit drug economy, more than cannabis, cocaine, ecstasy, and heroin combined. These are consequences that were not only entirely predictable, but predicted. Competition for control of the black market has fueled an ongoing nationwide crime wave, over 280 fire bombings, multiple homicides, kidnappings, torture, widespread extortion of the legal retail sector, and at least one terror attack now linked to an infamous tobacco crime boss. Corruption of the private sector has helped facilitate this trade and presents a very real risk to the public agencies tasked with enforcement, particularly civilian agencies with no organisational safeguards against the tools favoured by organised crime: infiltration, coercion, and bribery. Like alcohol prohibition, it is very unlikely that the black market will be able to be effectively suppressed through enforcement alone. This view is shared not only by our own law enforcement agencies, but by criminological research which shows that large-scale black markets are highly adaptable and resilient to law enforcement. In other words, we cannot police our way out of this problem. We need a major policy reset geared around reducing the black market by diverting as many consumers as possible back to the legal market. To do this, we need to forego our obsession with moralistic, world-first policy posturing in favour of pragmatic, evidence-based reform grounded in harm reduction, and recognise that a legal, regulated nicotine industry is preferable to one run by organised crime groups who will sell exactly the same products but use their profits to kill or intimidate anyone who gets in their way. Other countries have taken this approach and are now seeing bigger, faster declines in smoking and smoking-related disease and death than Australia. Our recommendations include an urgent review of tobacco excise and recreational nicotine products more broadly, one that involves consultation with consumers who have otherwise been ignored up to this point, but upon whom the success or failure of any policy ultimately rests. The results of our own failing experiment with nicotine prohibition are now in. It's time for us to heed the cautionary lessons it so clearly offers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'll now go to Senator Cox to commence questioning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing so late in the day today, and thank you for providing some submissions. I think there's a couple that I can see there. This committee today has heard variance in evidence, but the majority of it very overwhelming in relation to the health impacts of tobacco. And for many, many decades in this country, we've done a lot in the reduction of that. So I want to thank Mr. Jegasathy about your evidence in relation to some of that. I'm keen to really unpack the excise because it seems to be a very common theme in this panel. But to me, it makes no real sense in cutting the excise because we are talking about the profiteering of serious and organised crime. And if we cut that, they're just going to keep making profits, the same profits that they've always made and will continue to make. So the argument that's being presented to us doesn't make sense to me. So I'd like to firstly try and understand what impact you think directly and what evidence do you have, because this is the research and think tank panel, that the tobacco reduction in that tobacco excise has on the profitability of an illicit market that currently exists in Australia. I don't know who wants to go first. You can jump in if you like. The nods won't register on the hand side, so you'll have to say something.
Oh, yeah, I can maybe talk to our example of the Canadian cannabis legalisation just to kind of give a bit of context on how price reductions might relate to reducing the illicit market. And the first, I think, is to kind of pick up one of our recommendations, but is just that addressing the black market should be a policy goal. And what that looks like is where we kind of go to Canada. So in their cannabis legalisation, reducing the black market, so protecting public safety and protecting public health are the two purposes of their legislation which legalised cannabis. And while this is a different context where cannabis is a different substance, it was illegal and then was made legal, there are different types, it's really instructive because what was a focus of a lot of research was on why people, or what were barriers for people transitioning to the illicit market, which is kind of something which Associate Professor Martin indicated towards, and my colleague Liz, her research with people who consume tobacco is kind of missing from the picture a little bit here. But why the focus on excise and why the focus on price is because price in the Canadian context was consistently the main factor that people cited as a limitation for them purchasing legal cannabis in that context. There are other factors such as the location of stores and other things that were kind of more specific to cannabis, things like information about different strains and whatnot. But largely price was the thing that most people spoke about as the thing that limited where they or kind of was determining where they would buy their cannabis from. This then became one of the main ways in which purchasing was displaced from the illicit market to the licit market was by reductions in price. So in 2019, the legal price of cannabis in Canada was about 50% higher than the illicit price, which reduced to about 20% higher in 2023. This kind of mapped onto the increase of market capture, so people kind of now purchasing from the legal market instead of the illegal market, from about 50% to about 75% in 2023. So that kind of the reduction in price was one of the main factors that drove that shift from people purchasing in the illegal market to purchasing in the legal market. So,
yeah, but do you not agree that the government getting into a bidding war with serious and organised crime on price is just a no-win situation? Currently, a pack of cigarettes is produced for as little as $1 a packet. Like, surely criminals out there who are partaking in this illegal trade are just going to undercut any price for the government. Should the government do the same? Like, that's the argument, right? Like, they're always going to keep, and I think somebody even said it, adapting that. Like, isn't that the argument that you cannot? What's the point in the government getting into a bidding war in relation to that? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I think, you know, if we were so clear, and some of the evidence that we heard earlier today was we are shifting it away from the public health response. We are not thinking about the fact that 66 Australians every day die from smoking, from tobacco use, such a deadly product in this country. Like, we're losing focus in any of that. We're trying to use an economic tool to basically control that. Like, I just don't understand the argument. So
Senator, could I just jump in there? So that's right. So we are using the tax itself is an economic tool that attempts to reduce demand for cigarettes. And what we've seen is it hasn't been as effective as we would have liked to have seen over the past 20 years. And that, rather than have shifting people out of smoking, has shifted people into the black market. So that price differential is actually the driving force for the black market. And the price differential is an important factor in what determines who stays in the legal market and who goes into the illicit market. So it's not just about winning people back from the illicit market now, it's also preventing further people leaving the legal market for the illicit market. And we've heard today that, you know, cutting the tax would still keep legal cigarettes at $30, and that's still a $20 gap between the illicit and legal product, and the illicit market could keep reducing their price, but they can't reduce it to nothing. They have to make some profit, and the less profitable it is, the better it is for public health. And the price differential that we're expecting consumers to switch back to at the moment is a $40 gap. So we're expecting consumers to switch back to a legal product which is $40 higher compared with potentially a smaller gap. So that's the equation that we're trying to work with. This is about public health. This is about public health, and this is actually the case that cigarettes are now effectively cheaper than they've been in the last 20 years because the tax is so high.
But also that the production of those is $1 a packet. So I think your argument doesn't stand up to that. And I think you're just trying to, the horse has already bolted on that one, and that, we're trying to turn around and lock the gate now. It doesn't make sense to me that you are arguing to reduce the excise, and, the Liberal government who are wanting to, reduce the excise by 121%. And the Labor government by 32%. So, this is for noting. This has already been done. It's already been tried. We already know now that the illicit trade is continuing to grow. So we're going to end up with two markets. That's the driving factor, is the profit of organised crime. So, I'm still unfortunately your evidence that you're providing to me isn't holding up any water, and arguing that. Arguing that is just not making sense. So,
I mean,
sorry to cut you off.
No, I was going to say, we agree it will never completely eliminate the black market, but the evidence from Canada shows that a decrease in price did decrease the size of the black market, and people were encouraged to switch over. So I think we agree that you would not want to see a situation where you're selling cigarettes for $1. I absolutely agree that the illicit market will always be able to produce cigarettes under the price that the government can produce cigarettes or have them on the market. But I think there's just a few things to take into consideration. I think, one, the public health argument needs to also consider the public health of the black market. There are harms, not only from the fire bombings and the criminality that we see and that you guys are concerned with addressing today, but also in some of the unregulated products. And we know this from the illicit market. There's also some initial evidence here from the illicit tobacco market. At least the people I spoke to talked about finding things like plastic in their products that they're smoking. So that also needs to be considered in the public health approach. I would also say that, at least among the people I spoke to, and it was not a representative survey, Senator, so it was a smaller study with 50 people in Australia. And they weren't everyone, but there was definitely a proportion of people who said they would be happy to swap over to the legal market if the price point was less. And that is because of the regulatory and the regulatory requirements of producers, the confidence they have in not being poisoned or not being exposed to other harmful potential products in their cigarettes. So, I agree. I don't think we're arguing that it would be everyone. I don't have a perspective on what the price should be. Absolutely, there needs to be consideration of the potential to increase population prevalence. But I think we'd agree with points made by Dr. Martin and Dr. Jegasothy that there needs to be that coordination and that research done with consumers as well, because there would be a proportion of people who would switch over. I just don't know what that point would be. I'm with you. I think that I agree. We don't want to see $8 cigarettes on the streets. But surely there's a price point at which we can reduce harms, thinking about harms in kind of a broader umbrella, if that makes sense.
So, yeah, can I go back to the point and revisit that? And you talked about Canada and the excise and the work that they did. Can you talk me through about what other work that they did at the same time of cutting their excise? Surely there are other things. It couldn't have been the magic bullet, the silver bullet that solved everything. And I know that we need to have the whole frame being presented to us. And this is a committee that is considering all the options in relation to illicit tobacco trade, noting that some people made a declaration of conflict of interest at the start of or during their evidence in their opening statements. So, what else did they do apart from just cut the excise?
Right. So in the cannabis example, so the price reduced from a number of things, which was kind of increasing supply through wholesalers, increasing locations, increased competition. But in terms of what else is happening at the same time, it's really quite stark. An expert panel, which was commissioned by the Government of Canada, what was an independent review into their cannabis legislation in 2024, reported that a lot of the kind of what else you might expect in terms of enforcement, that there was kind of limited enforcement being done, that the measures that they had to, know the stats on how price was affecting people was from self-reported measures. So kind of there were some limits there. But they kind of were clear in saying that there had been substantial displacement from the illegal market to the legal market across about 5 years of cannabis legalisation, which kind of saw those steady drops in price across that time. Some of the things
sorry, just to clarify that, you're saying that there would be a transfer from the illicit market into the legal market in part of that? Is that what you're saying?
So the report was kind of linking that to some of the change dynamics of the cannabis market there, which was related to price, location, and some other kind of changes to where consumers could engage or kind of buy cannabis. The report, and kind of that points to an important part of this picture, which is that drug policy, whatever kind of drug we're talking about, operates in a really dynamic context where there are things to be considered that relate to that specific substance. So, for instance, cannabis, I mentioned, has different types. In tobacco in Australia, we're considering different kind of dynamics, and that's to do with the emergence and violence that we're seeing with the black market and the relationship to other policies like vaping policy. So it's kind of, it sits within a dynamic context with a lot of different moving parts to it. And enforcement is one part of that picture, and part of the cannabis report that I'm referring to, the expert panel, they kind of did say that enforcement was one part of it, but because enforcement is such a resource-intensive activity, as Dr. Jagasathi said at the beginning, kind of maintaining that over the long term can be quite difficult and can be quite expensive. So it's important to kind of get the policy settings right to kind of make sure that demand is kept low and supply is kept low, and that there's appropriate kind of harm reduction measures in the interim for people.
But the evidence you're providing to us is saying let's transfer all of those supply chains and get big tobacco to start choking out, the supply of the product in the illicit market, so that big tobacco can continue to make record profits. I don't think that makes sense. It sounds like someone's trying to cut a bit of a secret deal here, and looking for us to create a policy setting for that to happen. And I don't think that should happen. Like that's what you're offering up to this committee today. That's what that sounds like. That again doesn't add up. Why would? And if the price of it was what people and the excise were cutting, that was things that were being sold here today to us as a committee. Why didn't big tobacco actually raise that and stop making record profits, particularly in the last 12 months? We put it fair and square on the table now, because if they thought that was the magic silver bullet that was going to solve everything, they could have also done that themselves, but they didn't. So some of the evidence that you're providing here doesn't add up to me, and it feels like it might have been sketched out in a back room somewhere.
Well, can I just jump in and say, we didn't put the statement in our opening statement, which we should have. It's in our submission. We don't accept tobacco industry funding. We never have. And I don't think any of us would ever suggest that the tobacco industry is an arbiter of, good health and human rights. Absolutely not. But what we're being asked to provide is evidence from the cannabis market in Canada that shows that used pricing as one lever to reduce the size of the illicit black market. And so that's the evidence that we're presenting to you today. And it has, so that's what we're being asked to provide, and that's what we're talking on. And we are happy to provide you with the reports. Some of those reports come from the Canadian government themselves, who've commissioned their own evaluation. So we're happy to provide you with those reports.
If you can table them for the purposes of the committee, I'm sure that the committee would like to consider those.
Senator Cox, I am going to have to share the call, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine. Happy for you to go to. If I have a follow-up, I'll jump in. But
thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Duniam.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for bringing a bit of common sense to the contributions that have been made today. I think to have a reasoned discussion around what one element of change might be with regard to a reduction in excise, not as a standalone measure, but as something that could be considered, and you've given a proof point in the Canadian example, but just to something and I'm certainly not going to verbal you, so I'm going to be all about questions. I think what you've put forward is very sound. With regard to beyond excise, so I couldn't quite catch in the to and fro there, beyond the excise in the Canadian example, I think you referenced supply and assisting with bringing on of supply. Were there other measures, like were there enforcement mechanisms or increased penalties or anything like that that were brought in to drive down the illicit and shift, for want of a better term, to the legitimate?
Sure. So the report that I was speaking to, the 2024 report, did say that enforcement was actually quite lacking. So a lot of the shift over was through pricing and provision of more stores. So what happened was provinces loosened their licensing restrictions so more stores could open up. I think in the Australian context, we have quite a lot of stores, so I think that's not quite equivalent across here to be considered. But one thing they also spoke to was kind of the demand side, which was thinking with increasing information for consumers, and that's both in understanding the differences between licit and illicit and being able to identify them, including more information and more kind of research on motivation of consumers. So yes, completely kind of agree with Senator Cox that it's really important to maintain tobacco control that doesn't have industry influence in it. And equally so, it's important to minimise to the greatest extent possible black market and organised crime networks that kind of emerge through the black market there. So that's kind of what I would say in that response to that. Thank you.
Could I just jump in with a suggestion there as well? Thanks. So we know we've got decades of research of what works in suppressing illicit markets and what doesn't work. And in context of very large, well-supplied, well-entrenched illicit markets, enforcement doesn't really produce any meaningful impacts on the market. So what you want to do is you want to pull not just the enforcement lever, which we have evidence from around the world, and including here in Australia, when we look at our other illicit drug markets, which we've relied overwhelmingly on enforcement to suppress, to consistent failure. We're seeing cheaper, more potent illicit drugs all around the country, despite the fact we're spending record levels and doing record levels of arrests. But enforcement can work in suppressing smaller scale illicit markets. So the smaller the market is, the more chance that your law enforcement resources can actually do the job that you're asking them to do. So what you want to do when you've got a situation like this, where we've got an incredibly large entrenched illicit market, is to try and shrink it by displacing demand back to the legal market. And preferably, I agree with my colleagues from the Drug Policy Modelling Program, you want to do that not just by lowering tobacco excise, although I think you need to do that, but by legalising and making it easier to access less harmful nicotine products. So you get consumers back to the legal market, preferably towards less harmful products. You shrink the market, and that actually gives your law enforcement agencies a much better chance of success. So you want to do all three: increased enforcement, increased access to less harmful nicotine products, and lowering your excise.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Dr. Jegasathi, did you have anything you wanted to add in at this point?
Not in response to that. Not in response to that. I think they covered it. Thanks.
They've covered the field pretty well. Yeah, look, I think everything you're saying makes sense. Just in that do you include border arrangements around dealing with illegal imports as part of an enforcement response, or is that a separate measure in the way you've broken up what responses government might take?
Yeah, no, I would include everything from the border, even beyond the border, working with international partners to try and disrupt supply before it hits Australia. But just to flesh out just the example with illicit drugs more broadly in Australia, between 2008-9 and 2020-21, we tripled our drug law enforcement budget. So it went from around $1.2 billion to over $3.5 billion annually. And there was a six-fold increase at the border. So massive expenditure. And we're getting record arrests, we're getting record seizures, but drugs are getting cheaper, they're getting more potent, and accessibility has remained completely unimpacted. And so, this is the argument. We can't, it might feel good and sound good to voters to be sort of tough on crime, but actually organised crime rely on these restrictions being in place. They don't look at a border and go, oh, okay, we better stop smuggling. They rely on that border being there. They rely on that price differential being there. That's what they exploit. If they have a legal, regulated, well-supplied market that is accessible and affordable to consumers, that puts them out of a job.
Okay. No, that is very helpful and makes sense there. So dealing with the root cause here in Australia by displacing their market share, by bringing people back across to the legitimate market, and within that legitimate market, then the less harmful products, and then you can target the illicit trade with targeted enforcement measures is your recipe for success here. Excellent.
Exactly.
Well, that's good enough for me, Chair.
Excellent. Senator Cox, I understand you've got another question.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. And I just want to return to the conversation we were having just then before about big tobacco. Have any of you asked them in relation to some of the evidence that they're providing about cutting the tax excise in relation to tobacco? Have any of you asked any proof of that? Like, this is a $200 billion, just one of them that appeared today. Shouldn't they put their money where their mouth is and actually prove the price point that this is the thing that's going to work? And I'm interested to know, like, not a comparison study, not anything else, but what have they provided in the way of evidence to prove that? Because in my line of questioning today, I couldn't get anything around production, supply chain, any of the detail, and even our commissioner, the ITAC commissioner, hasn't got any answers to the letter that was sent to them. So I'm curious, from all of you that are appearing here on this panel, what proof you actually have, because as I just said before, if there was any proof, why couldn't they cut their own prices?
I think that's a question for them, Senator.
Well, I've asked that, and I've asked, because you're the research panel and the think tanks, what evidence have they provided to you that that's what works? Like, have you had any contact with any of the big tobacco companies to basically prove that this would work? Is this the price point that's going to work? Is this the thing? Because it seems like everyone's hanging their hat on that one this afternoon, but we have no evidence that's been provided to us that that's the thing that's going to work. No.
We don't work with big tobacco, so like Dr. Martin says, it's a question for them, not for us, about what their evidence is. Yeah.
But there's no evidence that any of you have that you've presented to us that that's actually because big tobacco could actually do that all by themselves. So I think, if they're not doing it, should you not be asking the question about why they're not doing that, rather than asking and presenting other presenters?
I'm not sure what the question exactly is, but at the moment, the tax on a cigarette is $1.53 per cigarette, and the cheapest pack of cigarettes is around $35, or $36. So that is primarily tax. So this is actually largely a Treasury policy issue in terms of the pricing of legal cigarettes. But I do agree with the others that if you had questions about what industry should do, I think that's definitely something you should put to them. I have nothing to do with industry whatsoever. I have no interest.
No, but it's interesting that, like, everyone's presenting a frame here to the committee that we should just lower the tax excise and tobacco and legal tobacco in this country on behalf of the big tobacco companies. Yet we have no evidence that in doing that would actually, one, decrease the illicit tobacco trade and the very issue that this committee is actually trying to tackle. We've just heard evidence that, that in fact people are arguing against the work that the government have already done in relation to enforcement. We know that works. Also,
I'm sorry, Senator, what evidence do you have
actually increased their prices?
There isn't any evidence that enforcement works. We don't have any there are lots of seizures happening, but we've got record seizures of illicit drugs.
Well,
yet they're cheaper, more potent than ever.
That's what enforcement is. It's seizure.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually impact the market.
Job done.
Yeah. All right, I think we might thank you, Senator Cox. I think. I just have one question for you guys, and then I will hand the call over to Senator Colbeck, who's been sitting patiently. Associate Professor Martin, I just wanted to ask about Deakin University research into the nicotine black market that was commissioned, I think, last year by the Commonwealth. Can you summarise what the key findings of that report were in relation to why consumers are turning to illicit tobacco? And were there any findings that surprised you or ran counter to your initial expectations?
So Ed, I'll ask you to help me with this one as well. I haven't actually looked at that report in a little while, but we did find, we did some basic sort of quantitative analysis of the size of the market. It's broadly consistent with what ITEC, so they did their tobacco methodology separate to ours, so that wasn't influenced by our research directly, but we found roughly the same, the total illicit nicotine market of around $7 billion or a little bit northwards thereof. We found that consumers that basically said legal products were too expensive, difficult to, and particularly with vapes as well. I think this is a sort of missing part of the discussion. More broadly, is about the importance of less harmful nicotine products. It's actually what countries that are sort of the world leaders in actually reducing tobacco use below what we have here. They've really relied on those less harmful nicotine products, and they're reaping the results. But I'm sorry, I don't have the report in front of me at the moment. Ed, were there any other things that you could remember?
Sorry, what was, could you repeat the question, please, Senator?
So it was just around, I guess, the key findings of that report and whether there were any findings that surprised you or went counter to your initial expectations.
Look, I think we were surprised that the proportion was as high as it was. I mean, it was consistent with the tax gap and consistent with other indicators, but still just an enormous proportion of the tobacco market being illicit was sort of shocking, if not necessarily surprising. But the main findings were as Professor Martin said, 50% of the tobacco market being illicit in that last financial year, over 95% of the vape market being illicit. The pathways were generally retail for tobacco at that time, with a higher proportion sort of online for vapes, and the brands as well. So a high proportion were Manchester and Double Happiness, which were sort of not part of our regular legal market. That's probably the main findings.
Excellent.
One additional finding just on top of that was just how dominant illicit was amongst practically every demographic. So I think we needed to get, off the top of my head, Ed, I think this is right, you needed to get to over 65s before you started getting a majority legal share of the consumers. So it was across all different demographic groups. Urban.
And socioeconomic too, there was no patterning. So of course, the higher rates of smoking are prevalent in lower socioeconomic groups, but there wasn't a high proportion of illicit. So it seems that equally, there's a high demand for illicit products across all socio-demographic groups.
Excellent, thank you, Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. I was struck by the evidence from you, Dr. Jagascaby. Hope I've got that right. Apologise if I didn't. Enforcement only. If it's an enforcement only exercise, it means we're committing to an eternal program of enforcement, effectively, because that's the cycle that we'll be on. And I think, Dr. Martin, that's sort of your evidence with respect to other elements of black economy as well. If that's the approach, that's the approach.
Yeah, that's right. I'd say more broadly, and this is something that Dr. Jagascaby and I have published research about. We're really worried, as people who have been observing the illicit drug war for a long time now, to see policy measures that we know don't work in reducing the harms and reducing the scale of the illicit drug market being applied to the third most popular recreational drug in the country. And I think it really rests on two things. One, this widespread stigmatisation of people who smoke or people who use recreational nicotine products, which has justified increasingly kind of coercive measures to be used against them. But also, we've really been conditioned to see big tobacco as, you know, the worst players in this space. But that's not the case. The worst players in this space are organised crime groups who will sell exactly the same products, but don't pay tax, don't put any health warnings on them, don't abide by age restrictions, and who use their profits to fund very serious criminal activity. So, you know, we know that the war on drugs won't work, you know, it hasn't been working, and so expanding the war on drugs to nicotine just defies logic, in my view.
So in the circumstance, in increasing excise over a period of time with the objective of reducing smoking rates, which has been successful to a certain point, and then effectively fallen off a cliff because it's all gone too far. What is a sweet spot, or what is a point at which we can recover or seek to use that individual measure along with all of the others that we're talking about to try and recover the circumstance? What is a sort of sweet spot that might work in that? I mean, the sweet spot going up is probably different to the one coming back, but what sort of quantum are we talking about if we're looking to make a change here or make a difference?
I think it's difficult to say. It's not for us to say. We haven't done that kind of modelling to estimate that. I think that's definitely the job of government to be putting these things together. That's why our main recommendation was to have an independent review, not being prescriptive about what should be done. So, you know, that's my perspective. That it will have to be a large decrease, I would say, but I wouldn't offer a number, and I would agree with you that it would be a different inflection point going down compared to going up.
So in the context of a policy response, could you make a relatively significant decrease with then a cycle of increase back to a particular point that would be a reasonable balance? Would that be a reasonable policy perspective to apply to this, given that you're wanting to change the risk-reward ratio for organised crime from a number of perspectives, and the price differential is one of the drivers of this whole process, and I think that's been your evidence today. So recognising the difference in the 2 points up and down, come down and then work your way back to a point which is sort of a sweet spot?
I think that is possible, Senator, and it's a lot of the things that are being talked about in terms of the enforcement and regulatory response can only really work in a market that is largely legal. When you've got a completely illegal market like this, increasing penalties from 10 years to 15 years or 20 years, it doesn't really matter, because a lot of the participants in that market don't make those kind of rational decisions. But what you could do is exactly what you're explaining, is that you would do a substantial reduction in tobacco excise, get the market back to majority legal, and then if you were to look at tax increases again, this is where you'd want the enforcement infrastructure in place already, so you could prevent the formation of the illicit market, before it sort of becomes established and developed again.
So
I think we. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say, I think we'd agree with Dr. Martin. I mean, modelling is very complex and should absolutely be funded to work out exactly what the price points are. But I think I'll just reiterate the points that have already been made today, which is that it's also about displacing the entire market. It's about stopping people from smoking altogether. And so that is making sure that there's availability of lower harm products. But also something that's not been spoken about much today is making sure that there's ready access to quit smoking products. Just in the study that I undertook, for people going into a chemist to buy Nicorette patches, quite often a packet of cigarettes was cheaper than a packet of Nicorette patches. And so we need to, I think, also look at quit smoking aids and making that available and potentially low cost, again, particularly for low economic households. So it's looking at that kind of range of levers, not just price, looking at everything alongside enforcement, and harm reduction products as well.
Okay. So
could I just add? Oh, sorry.
Certainly. No,
please. Look, what I would say is that in addition to those things, I think what we need to also be looking at is the drivers of nicotine consumption. We know that we live in a cost of living crisis. We know that smoking and nicotine use is concentrated among disadvantaged populations. We should be looking at policies that actually address the fundamental causes, which are poverty and disadvantage and inequality, and that can be done through raising welfare, improving social public housing, and addressing those fundamental root causes that drive nicotine consumption in those groups.
So just on that particular point, is there any evidence of sort of a base level of demand for nicotine in the market? I mean, we've heard from the public health people today on a number of occasions, no one's born needing nicotine. It's something that's introduced as part of the system, and I suppose you could make that case with respect to other illicit substances as well, which have been part of your evidence today. Is there any data evidence or figures from anywhere around the world that might indicate a base level? I think someone said to us earlier that one of the Nordic countries have got down to sort of 5 or 6%, which was...
Yeah, I can speak to that sort of briefly, Senator. That would be Sweden. Sweden is the first country to have hit the 5% daily smoking threshold to be considered smoke-free. But their nicotine usage rates are about on par with the average in Europe. So, on average, just as many Swedes use recreational nicotine products as they do elsewhere in Europe, but the biggest proportion of those anywhere in the world comes from those less harmful nicotine products. And that's the reason that Sweden has the lowest tobacco-related morbidity and mortality in Europe. It's not because people are using less nicotine, they're just smoking less because they've got easier access to affordable, appealing recreational forms of nicotine.
So it goes to Ms Barrett's point before about having alternatives available in the broader market that would provide affordable access to switch out of more harmful forms of consuming nicotine.
So one thing that was brought up a couple of times today was the wastewater analysis, which showed that there's essentially been a pretty consistent rate of consumption. It's up and down and potentially changing in terms of the volume or prevalence, but by and large, nicotine consumption has been fairly constant despite the decline. So that JAMA online study that showed that disaggregating between nicotine from tobacco and other sources, showing that tobacco is declining, also showed that nicotine more broadly had been maintained in demand. So it wasn't that demand reduction had eliminated nicotine, it had shifted people between products.
So in terms of the research that you did in relation to the drivers of the market here in Australia, is there in that research a particular point in time where things, or a excise rate where things particularly started to flip out? So
Dr. Jagasathi and I have written about some of this previously, but it looks to be around about the 2019-2020 period. And it was interesting because tobacco tax was actually stable for a few years there. So it looks like the level that the tobacco tax was at 2018, 2019, around that, was already sufficient to cause the expansion of the illicit market now. And given that illicit tobacco is now widespread, entrenched, has a dominant share of the market, and purchasing of illicit nicotine has now been normalised amongst a majority of nicotine consumers, you couldn't just go back to that level. It would need to be less than that level. But yeah, again, none of us would want to put a number on that. We want that to be the subject of rigorous independent analysis.
Nobody's very keen to put a number on that, but but it is an important question, I think, for us to understand, which is why I'm pressing on it, because I think in a policy sense, if we're going to recommend something, having an understanding of what will actually work is going to be critical.
we'd be happy to do the research for you, Senator. We just need some funding to do that. We're not ducking the question. We're keen to address that.
Unfortunately, I'm from the opposition, and I think you've heard the perspective of the government on this, which is not necessarily friendly to this part of the broader policy response. Just in the research, again, in terms of surveying people and talking to people with respect to what they would like to see happen versus what they do you see a difference in that in the work that you're doing? I'll give you an example, not related to this so I don't get into too much trouble, but I know that when I was doing some work in relation to the broader vegetable industry and Australian grown product, you go into a supermarket, you survey people, and 90% of people just said they wanted to buy Australian product. But when they went to the checkout and looked at the checkout numbers, 90% bought on price. So the desire versus the reality. Do you see some of that in the work that you're doing in terms of what people say versus what they actually do? I mean, I suppose you could equate that to other things as well. I need to lose weight, but I'm not doing well at it.
I think it's quite hard, Senator, because we don't have that reality at the moment. So the options are to buy a cheaper illicit product or to buy something much more expensive from the legal market. I mean, certainly in the study that I did, it's 50 people who buy illicit tobacco. We asked at what price point they would change over, and there were plenty of people who said within $10 or $20, but there were plenty of people who were like, I would not switch over unless it was the same. And then later on, we asked, what is the number one thing the government could do to reduce the illicit market? And everyone said reduce price, but having already previously said that they wouldn't switch over unless the price was exactly the same. So I think it's hard to know exactly what people's behaviour will be encouraged by. And so I think that, again, is why there needs to be more research, talking to consumers. I mean, certainly amongst the people we spoke to, again, it was the perception that there was greater quality in the regulated market among some people. But I think there were plenty of people who shared the perception of Senator Cox that they saw no distinction between black market tobacco and big tobacco. They saw them as both equally bad players, and they understood that smoking is bad for their health, so they didn't see a distinction. So anyway, lots of dynamics at play in terms of choice, and I just think we need to understand what they are.
So in terms of the questions from Senator Cox that was talking about big tobacco putting their money where their mouth is and reducing the price of cigarettes to make a contribution to that, if the base prices, Philip Morris said to us, for a packet of legal tobacco or illicit tobacco is about $38 or just under, with the excise on that being $30.60, it doesn't really matter too much what the tobacco companies might do without action from government. You're not going to make any move that comes anywhere near close to what the illicit market's sitting at. I mean, it's pure maths. Is that not right?
It's
I mean, it's so mathematically it's impossible for the tobacco companies to bring their prices anywhere near where the illicit market is, given the imposition of the excise into the market.
So this is somewhat not expert, but the tobacco industry did take advantage of the tax increases at the time. So while they were complaining about the black market being a risk, they were increasing their prices at the same rate the tax was increased. So back in 2010, when the tax was 30 cents per cigarette, that was 70% of the price of a cigarette. When the tax was $1.40 in 2020, it was still 70% of the cigarette, because the tobacco industry was taking advantage of the fact that they knew that their demand was inelastic. So while they're complaining about the black market, they were still increasing their prices. So there is truth to the fact that the black market, that industry should be able to reduce their prices. But in this, in terms of what the government and the state should be doing, they have control over excise.
Yeah, okay. That's Okay, that's interesting evidence. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck, and thank you very much for giving evidence to the committee today. We're very grateful. The committee has agreed that answers to questions on notice should be returned by close of business on Monday, the 18th of May 2026. You are the last witnesses for the hearing today, so I would like to thank all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today, also to Broadcasting and the Secretariat, and I declare the hearing adjourned. Thank you very much.